I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or GBNews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking,
this is the nightmare for the Conservatives again.
down to earth,
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
and most importantly, honest,
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome to GB News. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio. I'm Nana Akua and it is fast approaching 3 o'clock. And for the next few hours, me and my panel will be taking on some of the big topics hitting the headlines right now. It's going to be a busy show. It's all about opinion. It's mine, it's theirs, and of course it's yours. We'll be debating, discussing, and at times we will disagree, but no one will be cancelled. So joining me for the next few hours, political commentator Lee Harris and also Labour activist Chris Worrell. So coming up, can European leaders come up with a plan to end the war in Ukraine as they meet in central London today amid concerns over support for US President Donald Trump after his very public falling out with Zelenskyy in the Oval Office?
You're gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III.
Now, we'll urge anyone to actually watch the full interview to get your full opinion on that one. We'll have all the latest from these crunch talks as well. So for the Great British Debate this hour, I'm asking, has your view of Keir Starmer changed for the better? Many are praising the Prime Minister for his meeting with the US President earlier this week, winning over Trump whilst also maintaining a strong relationship with the Ukrainian President. So what do you think? I've got a poll up on gbnews.com. Cast your vote now. Has your view changed of Keir Starmer for the better? And we'll also be hearing live directly from the Prime Minister following the discussions over ending the Ukraine with fellow European leaders a little later on in my show. But before all of that, let's get your latest news with Aaron Armstrong.
Hello there, good afternoon to you. It is 3:01. I'm Aaron Armstrong. Let's get you up to date with the top stories. As you've just been hearing, Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, has urged world leaders to step up in a once-in-a-generation moment for security in Europe. The Prime Minister is hosting a defence summit on Ukraine. Its President, Volodymyr Zelenskyy, arrived at the gathering a short time ago, greeted by the Prime Minister there. It all happens just a couple of days after that explosive Oval Office exchange with Donald Trump, which threatened to spark divisions amongst Western allies. You just got a quick glimpse of European leaders there. Canada's Justin Trudeau is also in the room, as is the Turkish Foreign Minister Hakan Fidan. They're inside Lancaster House in central London. And the Prime Minister says the UK will work together with France and Ukraine on a peace plan to stop the fighting, and then that will be presented to the US. He also said a good peace outcome for Ukraine is vital to the security of nations across the continent. Well, today's summit follows extraordinary scenes at the White House, which I mentioned, where Donald Trump clashed with Zelenskyy, telling him to strike a deal with Russia or we're out. Dame Priti Patel says the UK's relationship with the US remains firm, but she's condemned the scenes in Washington.
Those scenes on Friday in the White House were awful. They were absolutely awful. And, you know, I genuinely say this. When we look at President Zelenskyy, we feel a great deal of respect towards him because of the way in which he's conducted himself over the 3 years of this appalling illegal conflict and the barbarism of Russia, which he and his people, his country, has stood up to. And that's why we will always stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine and the people of Ukraine.
Well, train fares are going up, and so is the pressure on commuters who are already battling record cancellations. From today, the cost of many journeys in England and Wales will rise by around 4.6%. That adds hundreds of pounds to the price of some season tickets. Now, campaigners are warning it will pile further misery on hard-pressed households, with rail cards also becoming more expensive for the first time in more than a decade. The Transport Secretary, Heidi Alexander, has said she knows passengers are frustrated, but says the government's cap has kept the increase below average earnings growth. Israel's blocked humanitarian aid going into Gaza after the first phase of the ceasefire with Hamas officially expired. It follows Hamas rejecting a US proposal to extend the truce by 6 weeks in return for the release of hostages. Well, Israel's Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu says there will be further consequences unless the group changes its position. Hamas has accused Israel of blackmail and has called on mediators to intervene. Talks on a second phase of the deal, including more hostage releases, have barely begun. Pope Francis remains in a stable condition after suffering a breathing crisis over the weekend. He is battling double pneumonia and he's in hospital for a 17th day. Live shot here from outside the hospital in Rome. The Vatican says the 88-year-old had a peaceful night and is receiving treatment to help him breathe. He was admitted on 14th of February with a severe respiratory infection. That led to further complications, and we are expected to get a further medical update a little bit later today. Finally, a private spacecraft has landed on the moon, and this one is still standing. A Blue Ghost, built by Firefly Aerospace, is the first commercial lander to touch down in one piece after a rival mission to topple over last year. Now, it's part of a new space race with private companies teaming up with NASA to unlock the moon's secrets. Experts say it could lead to cheaper missions and could even help humans return to the lunar surface. And no one's walked on the moon since 1972. But of course, that could soon change. I said finally, I've got time for one more story. Charlie XCX dominated last night's Brit Awards, scooping 5 trophies. Let's show you the moment she claimed one of the top honours.
Charlie XCX! I'm living proof that maybe it takes a long time, but you don't need to compromise. If you believe in yourself enough, and honestly, if you make good enough music, people will resonate with you and be right there with you.
She won Song of the Year and Album of the Year and was also named Songwriter of the Year and won Best Dance Act, so scooping them all up. Ezra Collective, Sam Fender and Stormzy were the other big British winners. That's it for the moment. I'll be back with more in just under half an hour.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Good afternoon. It's fast approaching 7 minutes after 3 o'clock. This is GB News. We are live on TV, online and on digital radio. I'm Nana Akua. Welcome. Now, coming up, can European leaders come up with a plan to end the war in Ukraine as they meet in central London today amid concerns over support from US President Donald Trump after his very public so-called falling out in the Oval Office?
Gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III.
I'll be bringing you all the latest from the Crunch Talks today. So for the Great British Debate this hour, I'm asking, has your view of Sir Keir Starmer changed for the better? A lot of praising the Prime Minister for his meeting with the US President earlier this week, winning over Trump, whilst also maintaining a strong relationship with the Ukrainian President. So online on gbnews.com, I've got a poll asking you this question: has your view of Sir Keir Starmer changed for the better? And in World View, we go ahead to the United States to find out whether NATO is coming to an end. That is on the way. As ever, send me your thoughts, post your comments, gbnews.com/your say. Now, there are, of course, demands for the end of the war in Ukraine, and these are intensifying today as European leaders are meeting in London for crucial talks to end the war and for a ceasefire deal which will guarantee Ukraine a lasting peace based on sovereignty and security. Now, the talks follow the uncomfortable clash in Washington between the US president and Ukrainian president, which resulted in the Ukrainian delegation being ejected from the White House. And by that, they were supposed to have lunch, and the meeting did not end with lunch. They left early. So joining me now, GB News political editor Christopher Hope. Christopher, good afternoon. Christopher, what can you tell us?
Hi, Nana. Well, the 16 world leaders have gone inside, along with the NATO Secretary-General, the European Commission President, and, of course, European Council leader. They've gone in. I should say, as well as EU leaders here, we've got Trudeau from Canada has flown in, and also the Foreign Minister of Turkey. A real moment here. Behind me, the Colton Guards have gone in now. They were saluting everyone as they arrived, clicking their heels, a helicopter overhead, a real feeling of tension. The summer has released what they call a family photograph. That's all the first photos of the leaders standing together. They look stern, they look nervous, I think, because they are facing a new world order, with the US apparently withdrawing or threatening to withdraw from providing a security backstop. It's now time for all these leaders on a continent of Europe to step up. Now, leading the way is Sir Keir Starmer and Emmanuel Macron. So Keir Starmer, of course, is hosting this event. It was planned to follow on from the one in Paris, but now is much bigger, given what has happened in the Oval Office, as you referred to, on Friday night. What he wants is a coalition of the willing, probably organised by the UK and France, to establish some form of security force to enforce the peace in Ukraine, if it can be agreed. Also, some more money. We've offered up this country £2 billion overnight from interest on Russian assets in this country. More of that to support Ukraine, bolster them. And finally, the key question is, will there be a US backstop? What they want is air cover in the form of radar support, or maybe even long-range jets, to enforce a degree of peace and enforce a peace deal if it can be agreed between Ukraine and Russia. A lot to talk about. A lot has changed in the past 2 weeks, and this place feels uncertain. It feels nervous. They've been arriving here we've been shouting out questions at them. They've been ignoring our questions. Later we'll hear from the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, in a press conference. The other world leaders from here will go off into their respective embassies and brief their own press. But how they communicate this to a worried public back home will be part of the day.
Now, Chris, everyone was commending Sir Keir Starmer on how he's handled and managed to negotiate all of this. Is there any sense that he was unwise to offer Zelenskyy a visit to the King, and that visit would actually be before Donald Trump's visit? Because there is talk that, you know, that seems unwise.
I don't think so. I mean, Zelensky's here. We don't know. The palace would have asked Zelensky to go and see him, not the UK government. King Charles is in Sandringham, and that kind of request is given by the palace to Zelenskyy. It's very unlikely that the number 10, apart from being consulted, was involved. It may be that King Charles wants to show or demonstrate to Donald Trump that we're on the side of Zelenskyy too, and it's important while he will be in Balmoral, we expect later this summer, planning a state visit for next year for Donald Trump. We must recognise in the UK we are, as a country, standing full square behind Zelenskyy. I think it's completely different to a state visit. It's a meeting, it's a chat in a sitting room in a royal palace. It's not the same in scale as what Donald Trump is being offered. But I think it's more the UK, this country, putting an arm around Zelenskyy after a really bruising encounter in the Oval Office on Friday night. And I think that's where we are.
All right, Christopher Hope, thank you very much. We'll be back to you to get more updates of that meeting at Downing Street. But joining me now is the Chair of Republicans Overseas UK, Greg Svensson. Greg, thank you very much for coming in. I mean, this is quite a momentous few days, really. In fact, since Trump has taken power, we've had a whirlwind of changes, and we're feeling that there's a change in the world order. What did you make? Let's go back to the meeting with J.D. Vance, Donald Trump and President Zelenskyy.
Right.
Because I watched the clips, lots of people were taken in by the clips. Now I thought, that doesn't feel quite right, so I watched the entire thing. What did you think about it? I know you're obviously chair of Republicans UK, so, you know.
No, it's a great point you mentioned. The difference between watching the clips, you know, that last 10 minutes, which was a bit of a meltdown, versus the entire press conference, we'll call it. You know, the first 40 minutes were great. President Trump was holding his tongue. You could see he was, maybe frustrated with some of the things that Zelenskyy was saying. And Zelenskyy kept poking the bear, kept going back and harping on a couple of these topics. And it just, I think, got to a point where he stepped too far. He didn't read the room, first of all. In great contrast to the Prime Minister, who went on Thursday and actually did read the room. So I think it was a misstep by Zelenskyy, also a missed opportunity. If he had gone in in a more diplomatic way, like Keir Starmer did, like Macron did on Monday, I think it would have ended in a much more productive way.
Now, you say like Keir Starmer and like Macron, a lot of people commending Keir Starmer for being such a great diplomat. I didn't quite see it that way myself, only because I didn't think he had any cards to play anyway. So he respected the fact that he didn't have any cards to play anyway, which is not what Zelenskyy did. Did you read that as great diplomacy?
I think it was. I think he did a good job on Thursday. He doesn't, have a massive military to make, but it's better than the rest of Europe, with the exception of maybe Turkey. So it's interesting to see Turkey at the meetings today. But with that exception, the Western Europeans have completely underachieved and underperformed, and they've had 3 years to increase military spending, whether it's as a percentage of GDP or in absolute numbers, and they're just not doing it. The Germans are the worst example. They talked a huge game in February of 2022 after the war started, and then they completely abandoned their commitment. So it's going to require Keir Starmer, because the UK is the only country that's punching above its weight at 2.3%, heading to 2.5. It's inadequate, and so is the U.S. defense spending at 3.3, also inadequate. But at least they're spending a lot more and are a lot more committed to defense and security than the rest of Europe.
Now, Zelenskyy made a big deal about the fact that Donald Trump met Putin before him. It wasn't any special visit or state visit or anything like that, but it was just a meeting. Now Zelenskyy has been offered a meeting with the king. And, of course, his meeting will be before Donald Trump's meeting, even though they're saying Donald Trump's is a state visit. Do you think it was wise as Keir Starmer?
I don't think that's a big deal. I mean, the big question is, will Zelenskyy put a suit on? I don't know that you can go to the palace dressed like he's typically dressed. I think people made too big a deal out of that, frankly. But, again, it was a missed opportunity. Imagine if Zelenskyy thought, I'm going to read the room and put a suit on. It's not like me to do that, but it'll show some respect for the country that's been bankrolling me, and also the country that is the most powerful in this coalition, if you want to call it that.
Well, I kind of feel sorry for him in a way with regard to that, because obviously he doesn't want to look like he's doing fine. Obviously, he's very wealthy. He's probably a billionaire, because a lot of that money, I'm not saying that he would have taken it or he's misappropriated it, but a lot of it's gone missing. I don't know where it went. I don't know whether he knows, but he's not short of a few bob. But he doesn't want to show off to his people that he's doing fine, does he? So
he could have gone to TM Lewin and bought a 200-pound suit. I mean, it's you don't have to be a fashion designer to see the president. I just think it would have shown a little more respect. He didn't show much respect at all. I mean, I thought he was really arrogant, and I think, again, a misstep, but a missed opportunity.
But what about the fact that he doesn't want to give away his country? The people fighting for the country don't want to give away their country. He is doing the heroic thing as a leader to stay in many of these situations. Lots of these powerful leaders will fly off in a helicopter with bags of cash. Instead, he's staying.
I thought that he was very brave at the beginning of the war. And, of course, the Ukrainian soldiers and the people are very brave, and good for them. But that was then, and this is now. And now it's really a stalemate. And people are dying every day. And this is what President Trump has been arguing. That, yes, and President Trump said it at the beginning of the press conference on Friday. He was very proud of how brave the Ukrainians have been. But it's also, we have to have some realpolitik here. I mean, this is time to stop the killing. And I don't think that Zelenskyy's support is still there to the degree it was in the winter of 22.
And finally, this meeting today in the UK, lots of European leaders getting together. I think that I think from what I heard from Christopher, what Keir Starmer would like to achieve is actually now impossible, because you get the leaders together, but America do not want to continue to bankroll this war.
Right. I mean, look, I think the Europeans, if they collaborated and actually developed a military strategy, there could be some strength there. The combined economies in Europe are 10 times the size of Russia, but they don't spend any money on defense. They rely on the U.S. for that. And that cannot continue, partly because we have $36 trillion in debt. 8 of that is freshly minted debt. So we have a bit of a financial crisis ourselves and can't really continue to protect Europe without, and also pivot to the Pacific and protect the world against China. And so, you know, this is just, it's common sense for the Europeans to step up. President Trump pointed this out 8 years ago. They improved a little bit, okay? They went from four countries meeting the 2% minimum to 21 countries, but most of those are the smaller economies. Poland is the most discussed at 4%, but it's Poland. And while Germany, France, Italy, Spain are completely inadequate. So, and by the way, even if they made a commitment, it would take years for that to materialize. So right now, and it's a shame that 3 years later, they still haven't done anything, especially the Germans.
Well, we saw them struggling even to make decisions, Greg.
Yeah.
Yeah, and so I can't see how they'll all decide to agree to do this, which I think is the problem with the EU. There are too many vested interests, and their interests aren't the same.
They've spent 3 years applauding Zelenskyy, which is nice, but that doesn't help, right? They've got to do something more.
All right, Greg Sensen, thank you very much.
Thanks for having me.
Such a pleasure talking
to you.
Great
to see you.
Greg Sensen, he is the chair of Republicans Oversee UK. Right, well, it is your final week to see how you could win one of 2 amazing prize bundles in our latest giveaway. Each one has a brand new iPhone 16, £500 in shopping vouchers and a whopping £10,000 in tax-free cash. Hurry, because lines close on Friday.
It's the final week to see how you could be one of 2 big winners in our latest giveaway, as we have 2 prize bundles that have to be won. There's 2 lots of a totally tax-free £10,000 in cash. You'll also receive a brand new iPhone 16, along with £500 in shopping vouchers to spend at your favourite store. Hurry, lines close on the 7th of March. For another chance to win, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB11 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrants must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 7th of March. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Good luck indeed. Well, it's going to be a momentous day today. 21 minutes after 3 o'clock. You're with me. I'm Nana Akua. This is GB News. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio. We are the People's Channel. Coming up, it's time for the first Great British debate of this hour. And I'm asking, has your view of Sir Keir Starmer changed for the better? This is GB News.
I'm Michael Portillo. This is GB News, Britain's news channel.
GB News Breakfast, every day from 6 a.m.
We featured the hunt for Piglet, the Chihuahua, who vanished after a burglary on a canal boat in Uxbridge last March.
Well, his owner, Mel, desperate to be reunited, has recruited the services of pet detective Colin Butcher.
And what is a pet detective, Colin?
The best way to describe it is I'm a private detective, but I only specialise in animal cases.
And do you ever have to deal with dog abductions? We know that they're happening more and more now, aren't they? They happen very frequently, unfortunately.
Yeah, I'm not a big fan of the Pet Abduction Act. I still class them as dog thefts, because that's what they are.
Yeah, this came in under the Tories, didn't it, in August. So a lot of people wouldn't be aware of this, that it wasn't actually a crime, was it, to steal a dog or cat?
And animals were treated as an item of property, and there's no consideration whatsoever for the owner's torment and mental anguish, which is considerable when your pet goes missing.
Of course it is, Colin. The thing is that if the police treat it like someone's nicked your bike and whatever, that's very unfortunate and you think really bad, but you can always buy a new bike.
Yes.
What is it like, and you've seen it up close and personal, when people people lose something so dear to them?
The heart has no way of deciding how much grief and anguish there will be, whether it's a member of your family or whether it's a pet. So you still suffer, but you also have that horrible feeling of guilt that you shouldn't be grieving that way, or you feel guilty that you could have done more before your animal was stolen or went missing. And then there are people thinking, well, it's only a pet. So it's a really, really difficult time for owners.
The People's Channel.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel. And as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
We're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
This is Britain's Newsroom, where your voice matters.
It's just astonishing. With expert analysis and honest opinion, we don't just keep you informed.
We bring you unique perspectives you won't see anywhere else.
Can't argue with any of that. When the news happens, it happens here.
On Britain's Newsroom, weekdays from 9:30 a.m.
Only on GB News.
Good afternoon, 24 minutes after 3 o'clock. This is GB News. We are live on TV, online and on digital radio. And it's time now for the first Great British debate of this hour. And I'm asking, has your view of Sir Keir Starmer changed for the better? Many are praising the Prime Minister for a successful trip to see the US President at the White House earlier this week, where the two had seemingly warm negotiations over trade, the Chagos Islands and the Ukraine war. But how did this look back home? And can Sir Keir Starmer's handling of current world situations right now win him voters back after reaching record low approval ratings? So, for the Great British Debate this hour, I'm asking you at home, has your view of Sir Keir Starmer changed for the better? Well, joining me now, political commentator Lee Harris and also Labour activist Chris Worrell. I'll start with you, Chris. Welcome to the programme. Thank you very much for joining us. I've not had you on the show before, so it's great to hear your views. Do you think that Keir Starmer has been doing a good job? In your view, has your view of him changed for the better, improved in any way?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think over the last few days we've seen Keir Starmer sort of step up to the plate. He's developing a ceasefire plan now and he's increased defence spending within the last week as well, having to make some tough decisions around aid. What we have seen is that he's strengthening the UK-Ukraine relations and immediately signing £2 billion worth of loans, using, frozen Russian assets to fund things like air defence and artillery, which is much needed over there at the minute, as well as last month deploying 30,000 first-person view drones, which are sort of lighter and more advanced to help bolster the Ukrainian defence. So we know that he's committed to freedom, sovereignty and security at the minute.
Well, you say bolster the Ukrainian defence, but it sounds to me like perpetuating war. Where is the real talk of actual peace? It sounds like he's prepared to fight and fight on. He's even talked about putting troops on the ground, although they will be in a peacekeeping manner. We've hardly got any troops here at home. Are you saying that what you're seeing from Sir Keir Starmer, from my view, looks like he's just sitting there and it's sort of arriving around him?
No, I mean, look, Nana, at the end of the day, we've got to make sure that Ukraine doesn't lose the war. We've got
How can we do that?
Well, they need to be able to fight and they need to be equipped. And at the end of the day, we can't be having this undeclared war on Russia and Europe towards Europe just go unabated. I mean, we've seen today and the last few days, how calmness in these situations, at these high tense moments, can prove to be effective. And that really makes sure that the UK is staying amongst these deals. So Britons are at the table. And we're seeing that play out as we speak.
All right, I'm going to bring Lee Harris in. He called it a war on Europe. I mean, it's a war on Ukraine. We may be stepping up, but there was a memorandum that we all claimed that we would help if there was a situation. Lee Harris.
Yeah, I don't think my view of Keir Starmer has changed at all. I think that a lot of this just fell into his lap, especially after what happened on Friday, those incredible scenes that we saw and the fallout of that. So I think he had to... it was basically an easy thing for him to do. So
the scenes you're referring to, the argument between Donald Trump and Volodymyr Zelenskyy?
Absolutely. But to jump forward a little bit to touch on what you guys were saying, I do think that what Keir Starmer did was good. He obviously knew how to play to Trump's...
What did he do there? I'm just...
Well,
I see him sitting there and he's not being horrible to anyone, which is fine, but what is it...
Oh, I'm not giving him any...
doing?
Yeah, there was no strategic credit for this whatsoever, but Starmer did the bare minimum, and he did what Zelenskyy didn't do, right? So he went in there with a wonderful gift from the king to come over from a state visit. Job done. He's obviously kept to the brief. He knows what he's doing, and he knows that Trump's going to like that because Trump loves this country more than Keir Starmer. So that was a good move.
Well, he would probably say... I mean, I'm sure Keir Starmer would disagree with that.
But that I understand, and that was, again, it fell into his lap. There's no strategic credit that I'm going to give him for that. I think literally anybody could have done that. Even Chris would have done that, right? So...
Well, Zelenskyy didn't do it, though, did he?
Well, this is the point
That's what a lot of people are saying.
Yeah, that's the point I was going to make. But Zelenskyy, maybe I'm sort of jumping a bit too far, but the way I saw Zelenskyy handle that conversation with Trump, that was a huge diplomatic blunder. And I think I could understand the reaction from Trump and Vance.
Now, of course, today is this big meeting at Downing Street. Lots of world leaders across Europe have come together to discuss the war in Ukraine. Chris, do you honestly believe that this is a winnable war for Ukraine? Seriously?
I think when we're talking about how do we deal with the current situation, you know, Starmer's making sure that we're not falling into the good versus evil trap. I think, you know, to the point that Lee was just making there about the meeting, I disagree that Zelenskyy handled that incorrectly. Who was the villain in that was J.D. Vance. I mean, he acted like Rambo, but, you know, all he is his experience in war is acting like David Attenborough with a nick on camera, I think.
Because he was talking about peace?
No, he was interjecting, pushing on Zelenskyy's buttons. When Zelenskyy asked him come to Ukraine, he said he'd watched it on TV. I mean, look, you can't be looking at a Google map making these sort of decisions. He came across amateur. Trump, to be fair, look, he's playing the hard ball. They're trying to, like I've said previously, there's a strategic brinkmanship approach to this, and it's got to be dealt with delicately. But, you know, Vance is not suitable for high office, and I think if anyone that came across badly yesterday or the other day, it was J.D. Vance.
Did you watch the whole thing?
I've watched the whole thing, yeah.
I just don't know how you can come to that conclusion if you watch the whole thing. It was a 50-minute press conference. Up until the last 10 minutes, there was absolutely no problem.
If you score an own goal in the last 90 minutes, Lee, then it's an own goal.
I like your analogy. But no, the point I'm saying is that people describe this as an ambush, and it was nothing of the sort. I mean, even that ridiculous question from the reporter about Zelenskyy not wearing a suit, Trump backed him up. He said, I quite like what he's wearing. You know, so there was no animosity between the two. Trump was speaking very clearly about wanting peace. That's his... And actually, the reason I really disagreed with what you just said is because Vance was talking to the reporters. He was talking about diplomacy, and then Zelenskyy kicked off. Essentially, he challenged him in front of the world's media in the Oval Office.
Oh, look, we'll come back to that because we're going to talk about that later on. But so, between the two of you, you have not changed your view about Keir Starmer?
No, not at all.
No. Have you felt that he's really rising up to...
Yeah, he's keeping the UK influential and making sure no matter who's in the White House, you know, that the UK's still got a good relationship with
OK, marks out of 10 for his performance then?
9.
So and for his domestic performance?
10.
In the UK?
Yeah, obviously.
10 out of what? It's going to 10 out of 1,000. So you think he's doing better in the UK than he is abroad?
Well, look, there's a lot on the table at the minute, and you know, these negotiations are still going on, so he's doing the best he can.
All right, well, let's know what you think at home. There's, of course, political commentator Lee Harris and Labour activist Chris Worrell. We're being very gentle right now. You're with me, 31 minutes after 3 o'clock. This is GB News. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio. I'm sure things will change very shortly because coming up in my second Great British Debate of this hour, I'm asking, has the row with Zelenskyy put you off Donald Trump? But first, let's get your latest news headlines with Aaron Armstrong.
Hi there, a very good afternoon to you. It's just after 3:30. Now, Sir Keir Starmer has urged world leaders to step up at a once-in-a-generation moment for security in Europe. The Prime Minister is hosting a defence summit on Ukraine in central London right now. European leaders, plus Canada's Justin Trudeau and the Turkish Foreign Minister, are in attendance, along with the head of NATO. The Prime Minister says the UK will work with France and Ukraine on a peace plan, which will be presented to the United States. And alongside Sir Keir Starmer was that man, Volodymyr Zelenskyy, Ukraine's president. And the summit comes just 2 days after an explosive Oval Office exchange with Donald Trump, which you've just been hearing about. Zelenskyy will meet King Charles later after today's summit. Sir Keir Starmer has said that a good peace outcome for Ukraine will be vital for the security of nations across the continent. European leaders then hoping to present a united front and persuade Donald Trump they have a role in shaping Ukraine's future. Today's summit follows those extraordinary scenes at the White House, where Donald Trump clashed with Zelenskyy, telling him to strike a deal with Russia or we are out. Well, Dame Priti Patel says the UK's relationship with the US remains firm, but she's condemned the scenes in Washington.
Those scenes on Friday in the White House were awful. They were absolutely awful. And, you know, I genuinely say this, when we look at President Zelenskyy, we feel a great deal of respect towards him because of the way in which he's conducted himself over the 3 years of this appalling illegal conflict and the barbarism of Russia, which he and his people, his country, has stood up to. And that's why we will always stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine and the people of Ukraine.
And we'll bring you details of a press conference after that summit a little later. Now, train fares are going up and the pressure is on commuters again, who are already battling record cancellations. From today, the cost of many journeys in England and Wales is rising by about 4.6%. It's going to add hundreds of pounds to the price of some season tickets. Campaigners say it will pile further misery on hard-pressed households, with rail cards also becoming more expensive for the first time in a decade. Transport Secretary Heidi Alexander says she knows passengers are frustrated, but insists the government's cap has kept the increase below average earnings growth. And Pope Francis remains in a stable condition after suffering a breathing crisis over the weekend as he continues to battle double pneumonia. The Vatican has said the 88-year-old had a peaceful night and is receiving treatment to help him breathe. Some live shots here from Rome. The Pope says he feels supported by all of God's people, but he did miss Sunday blessing for a third week in a row. A full medical update is expected later. We'll bring that to you here on GB News as soon as we get it. That's it for the moment. More at the top of the next hour.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
Because
the failure is
you're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff.
Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood.
So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK.
We're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News.
The People's Channel.
Britain's news channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is the nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or GBNews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, 38 minutes after 3 o'clock. If you just tuned in, welcome. We are GB News. We are Britain's news channel. I'm Nana Akua, and it's time now for the second great British debate of this hour. And I'm asking, how's the row with Zelenskyy put you off Donald Trump? Now, the surprising argument in the Oval Office, if you could call it that, between the Ukrainian president and the US president shocked many, including European leaders who are meeting today in central London to discuss ending the war in Ukraine, or arming Ukraine by the sounds of it, with concerns that Europe may have to put it alone, go it alone if they want to end the conflict. Well, I'm not sure whether continuing to arm Ukraine is ending the conflict. I'd call it perpetuating. But what do you think? So the great British debate this hour, though, having seen what happened in that row, and I don't know whether you watched the entire thing, has it put you off Donald Trump? All right, joining me now, political commentator Lee Harris, and also Labour activist Chris Worrell. Lee Harris, I'll start with you.
What an amazing... It was incredible television, like Trump said. I was actually down the pub at the time when I watched it. I think that the reason it kicked off is because what Zelenskyy was doing... So bear in mind the timing of events, right? So Vance was talking to the world's media, talking about diplomacy. And what Zelenskyy did is he put a dagger straight through Trump and Vance's entire policy by saying, essentially... Now, I'm not saying that Zelenskyy didn't have a point. He did have a point. But the way he went about it publicly just completely rubbished Vance and Trump's entire strategy, which is diplomacy. Now, the way I see it is, has this put me off Trump? No, not at all. Because what I like about Trump is what you see is what you get. And he's a deal maker. And Zelenskyy, this is why I couldn't believe Zelenskyy played it so badly. Zelenskyy knew what he was going into. And he went in there and he was disrespectful on the world stage, and he embarrassed Trump and he embarrassed Vance in the Oval Office, of all places. And that, effectively, what you've got to remember is when you're speaking to Donald Trump, you're not just speaking to the person, you are speaking to the American people who elected him. And that is the height of disrespect. So it's always going to end badly because of what Zelenskyy did. But I think that what Trump has to do now is he is resetting. Like you said a minute ago, this has been going on for 3 years. Something has to change. We cannot just keep feeding money into this meat grinder in Ukraine. I wanted Ukraine to win in 5 minutes. That would have been fantastic, but I think that is unrealistic. It's not going to happen, so something needs to reset, and that's what I think Trump's doing.
Chris?
Well, I mean, talking about how's the row put me off Trump, let's just take our mind back to the Minsk agreements that Putin flouted twice. I mean, Trump's response to that was weak at best and enabling at worst. And, he froze military aid in exchange for trying to get Zelenskyy to do some digging on Hunter Biden. So, and then he folded quicker than a Sunlander out of screw. But what's happened now, I'd say, I'd take a different approach to it in my understanding how that meeting went. That was a deliberate attack on Zelenskyy. But it is all part of the plan, I imagine, because say what you like about him, his, unpredictability could be the game changer to sort of, in negotiations at the end of the day. And, while Biden's stuck to the NATO playbook, it doesn't really get things moving along. We've got an art of deal diplomacy, in my opinion, that he's taking with the brinkmanship approach, letting things collapse and then sort of let everyone come back round to the table. But the real thing, as I sort of mentioned before, around who's been put off here is J.D. Vance. I mean, at the end of the day, that man has the authority of a traffic warden in a riot. Like, the way he's coming across, pointing in from the side, you could have had just Zelenskyy and Trump, and they could have had a tete-a-tete without some sort of child on the side throwing his toys out the pram, because that's what made it embarrassing at the end of the day. So while Trump, in my opinion, My estimations have gone up because I think it is tactical. I think it's all about a negotiation here and getting the best out of the deal. And he's come a long way from looking weak and feeble, trying to get Putin around the table. And he's got to do that. He's got to be convincing to Putin that he actually means what he says. Yeah. But you can't have that when you've got some sort of joker public affairs bloke sat next to you.
I don't get this hatred for violence. He was right. He was right to say that you shouldn't litigate this in front of the world's media. I think where maybe... this isn't really a criticism of Trump, but at that point, Trump could have said, right, thank you very much, everyone, let's wrap it up. And then we wouldn't have seen this unfold in front of the world's press. Personally, I'm kind of pleased that we saw it. For once, we saw a little glimpse of what goes on behind closed doors. But I just don't get this hate for Vance. Vance was right, and he was being directly... It was him, don't forget, that Zelenskyy challenged.
Why was he right? Some people may not have seen the whole thing. What did Vance do?
Vance was right to call out Zelenskyy for trying to litigate the details of this deal in front of the world media. That's how I felt it. And he was absolutely right to call Zelenskyy out for it. Did he go too far? Maybe. But his instincts were right, and he was right to call Zelenskyy out.
Well, look, from what I saw, J.D. Vance was reacting to Zelenskyy saying that, oh, well, next thing the war will be on your doors, and Vance was saying, no, don't say that. Why would it be on our doors? It'll be you next, is this sort of emotional play that is often what used. And I don't particularly like that myself, if I'm honest, because it's the imagination of what might happen in the future instead of dealing with the here and now, and it's also a kind of emotional manipulation.
No, what we saw was J.D. Vance get triggered by Zelenskyy raising his eyebrows. And then he's gone in talking about, oh, you've got some problems, haven't you? Why aren't you saying thank you? He said thank you every time he's ever been...
Well, hang on. Why did Keir Starmer do so well, in your view? Was it not because he was conciliatory?
Well, did you see J.D. Vance getting involved with those discussions?
No, but but why?
That's what I'm saying. This is the difference.
No, but why are you saying that Keir Starmer did well? Because he was conciliatory towards Donald Trump. You agreed with Lee Harris, which is what Lee was saying, and now you're saying that.
No, I'm saying Keir Starmer takes a calm, cool, collected approach. Zelenskyy was being provoked.
You accepted that he came in the right way and did it the right way.
Yeah,
Zelenskyy didn't do that. Then.
Pragmatic.
But Zelenskyy didn't do that. Then.
Zelenskyy did do that. He was he was left, as we saw, for 30, 40 minutes. It was all pretty good going, as we've all admitted that. It was only when, after J.D. Vance butted in with some silly remarks, that then Zelenskyy made those remarks about, well, there's an ocean, and you might be feeling it here soon, and maybe that at that point you could say Zelenskyy maybe misspoke.
You, before we go on, OK, so I watched it. How many times did Zelenskyy use the word peace?
I couldn't tell you, to be honest.
And Donald Trump?
Well, he's playing the emotion.
But how many times?
I wasn't counting.
OK, and J.D. Vance? OK, so I watched it, I looked at the transcript, I went back. Donald Trump called for peace 3 times. Yeah? J.D. Vance called for peace once, and Zelenskyy only once.
Well, if that was all that was on discussion,
the problem was that it didn't look like Zelenskyy wanted peace. He wanted more weapons. He wanted more fighting.
Do you think he was turning up to the Oval Office because he didn't want peace? He's talking about children getting bombed.
I think he wanted weapons.
Well, he needs them because they're getting killed at the minute.
How about the war ends and nobody dies?
Well, you can do that without having some sort of child on the sideline throwing fingers and butting into a big boy conversation.
I think you're being quite unfair to J.D. Vance on that.
No, I'm not.
Look, I want to come back to this, but I've got to move on because if you're in search of some winter sun, here's the forecast for some of the top European holiday destinations.
Ready to soak up that holiday sunshine?
Won't we need some cover?
No worries. All sorted.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Hello there, welcome to your latest winter sun forecast. Well, if you're heading towards Spain and the Canaries over the coming days, there will be some rain and potentially some strong winds around at times, but conditions will improve here as the week goes on. For parts of central Med, generally a fine start to the week here, maybe a few showers around, and for eastern areas, certainly temperatures are beginning to climb after a cold few days. And further west, actually, sunshine by the middle part of the week for Tenerife.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News Travel Destinations Forecast.
Good afternoon. Welcome to your latest GB News weather from the Met Office. High pressure stays in charge of our weather across the southern half of the UK over the next couple of days, but low pressure never too far away further north, with weather fronts trying to sneak their way south and eastwards as we go over the next couple of days, but generally starting to weaken as they bump into that area of high pressure. That does mean there's going to be quite a lot of cloud around across parts of Northern Ireland, Scotland, into northern parts of England, with this weather front pushing its way south and eastwards, so perhaps some quite heavy rainfall across western parts of Scotland into the early hours of Monday morning. But further south, a bit of a different picture. Plenty of clear spells on offer, so turning quite chilly under those clear skies too, perhaps as low as -4 or -5 in some spots. However, staying generally frost-free across the northern half of the UK. As we go into the start of Monday morning, under those clear spells, particularly across the southern half of the UK, and in particular across the southeast, there could be some mist and fog in places, so that perhaps causing some travel disruption during Monday morning's rush hour. However, a different picture further north. Plenty of cloud around, some outbreaks of rain across Northern Ireland, northern parts of England, in southern parts of Scotland, particularly over any high ground too. Blustery showers then feeding in from the west across parts of Shetland and Orkney, and still remaining really quite cloudy to start the day on Monday for much of Scotland. As we then go through the rest of Monday morning, any of that mist and fog, perhaps a little slow to clear in places, but will eventually burn off as the sun comes up, leaving plenty of sunshine for the southern half of the UK as we go through Monday afternoon. Further north, still remaining rather quite cloudy across northern parts of England over any high ground. Temperatures generally around about where they were on Sunday, highs of 10, 11, perhaps 12 degrees, so really feeling quite pleasant where we see that sunshine in the south. As we then go through Monday evening, that band of cloud across the central swathe of the UK does continue, outbreaks of rain and hill fog continuing across northern parts of England, but there is going to be plenty of sunshine on offer for the southern half of the UK through Tuesday and Wednesday. Perhaps that sunshine a little hazier by the time we get to Thursday, but temperatures are on the rise as we go to the end of the week.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
In the GB Newsroom, we bring you the news as it happens.
With our team of dedicated journalists across the UK, we're ready to keep you up to date with what's happening every half an hour, every single day. Bulletins here on GB News, the People's Channel,
Britain's news channel.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. Maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, you're with me. This is GB News. We are Britain's news channel. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio. It's just fast approaching 51 minutes after 3 o'clock. Let's travel over to the US and speak to the host of the Politics People podcast, Paul Dudderidge. Paul, well, it's been a big day today, hasn't it? We've got all the politicians, all the world leaders, a lot of them from Europe, coming over. I just want to start with this very quickly and get your take on what happened on Friday and how the Americans are seeing things with regard to J.D. Vance, Donald Trump and, of course, Zelenskyy.
I think the split is pretty much the same over here as it is over there. It's like sometimes it's along party lines. I went back, I did what you did. I went back and watched the entirety of this in preparation to come on today, the whole 49-minute press conference. And I have to say, look, I'm always biased, but honestly, I do genuinely think Trump was right and Zelenskyy was slightly... Look, my take on it is, and I think a lot of Americans are picking up on this, Zelenskyy resented being put in this position of having to do this mineral deal before they could talk about peace. And so that's why in that Oval Office, he was trying to move the conversation to get Trump to commit to further military support in future. That wasn't part of this negotiation. That's why Trump kept saying, no, we're going to sign this first. And Lee was quite right. Trump actually does say, I like what he's wearing. He looks beautiful. He said that about Zelenskyy. So this idea about clothing and stuff. But basically, Zelenskyy was trying to do a move, and J.D. Vance picked up on that. And it was J.D. Vance that was interrupted by Zelenskyy. J.D. Vance made a perfectly banal, diplomatic comment about, hey, let's be diplomatic here. Let's use diplomacy. He pointed to the previous administration, relevant because Zelenskyy had come and campaigned for the previous administration. If they wanted to, if Zelenskyy wanted to air this stuff in public. So a lot of people, and there was the minerals deal, and this is the thing, early on, Trump had said ceasefire, you quite rightly, peace, ceasefire. Zelenskyy in the Oval Office said, yeah, we're not having a ceasefire, we're not going to do a ceasefire. How can you take that off the table? How can you say no ceasefire when we're paying for it, is the feeling. Even correcting Trump about, we've given more money. Now, Europe has given more in real terms of cash, but the United States has 3.4% of its GDP is paying NATO. You've got countries in NATO supporting Ukraine that are like 1.2%, 1.5%. So, you can make in real terms, more cash from Europe, but in GDP terms, more from each individual American. And I think that's what's resonating with Americans here. And look at Trump subsequently. Again, there's a lot of division. J.D. Vance has now, his family had to go into hiding on holiday. They went for a ski break in Vermont. So they're being protested and they've had to be moved to a secure location. So that gives you some reaction from the opponents. But it is actually getting picked up on by more and more Americans. It's like, hang on a second, this isn't some straightforward ambush, and kind of, I think it's a bit sort of childish to describe it as an ambush, because Zelenskyy decided to use a live press conference, which I think is really respectful and trusting, to try and sandbag these negotiations and to force Trump's hand into committing to further military action, when this was just the minerals deal they were talking about.
Crikey, Paul Dudridge, we've kind of run out of time. I wanted to talk to you about quite a few more bits on there.
Sorry.
But this is the big topic. Of course, Keir Starmer is hosting the European leaders now. Very briefly, is that wise? You've got about 5 seconds to give me your thoughts. If you can squeeze it in.
Well, who'd have thought? Starmer is now a statesman. He did a brilliant Oval Office. So what a topsy-turvy week. Yes, Starmer now is the statesman of Europe and the United States. Quite extraordinary.
All right, Paul, thank you very much. He's the host of the Politics People podcast. Plenty more to come throughout the show. We'll be expecting to hear from the Prime Minister following a meeting with European leaders about ending the war in Ukraine. But now let's get an update with your weather.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good afternoon. Welcome to your latest GB News weather from the Met Office. High pressure stays in charge of our weather across the southern half of the UK over the next couple of days, but low pressure never too far away further north, with weather fronts trying to sneak their way south and eastwards as we go over the next couple of days, but generally starting to weaken as they bump into that area of high pressure. That does mean there's going to be quite a lot of cloud around across parts of Northern Ireland, Scotland, into northern parts of England, with this weather front pushing its way south and eastwards, so perhaps some quite heavy rainfall across western parts of Scotland into the early hours of Monday morning. But further south, a bit of a different picture. Plenty of clear spells on offer, so turning quite chilly under those clear skies too, perhaps as low as -4 or -5 in some spots. However, staying generally frost-free across the northern half of the UK. As we go into the start of Monday morning, under those clear spells, particularly across the southern half of the UK, and in particular across the southeast, there could be some mist and fog in places, so that perhaps causing some travel disruption during Monday morning's rush hour. However, a different picture further north. Plenty of cloud around, some outbreaks of rain across Northern Ireland, northern parts of England, in southern parts of Scotland, particularly over any high ground too. Blustery showers then feeding in from the west across parts of Shetland and Orkney, and still remaining really quite cloudy to start the day on Monday for much of Scotland. As we then go through the rest of Monday morning, any of that mist and fog, perhaps a little slow to clear in places, but will eventually burn off as the sun comes up, leaving plenty of sunshine for the southern half of the UK as we go through Monday afternoon. Further north, still remaining rather quite cloudy across northern parts of England over any high ground. Temperatures generally around about where they were on Sunday, highs of 10, 11, perhaps 12 degrees, so really feeling quite pleasant where we see that sunshine in the south. As we then go through Monday evening, that band of cloud across the central swathe of the UK does continue. Outbreaks of rain and hill fog continuing across northern parts of England, but there is going to be plenty of sunshine on offer for the southern half of the UK through Tuesday and Wednesday. Perhaps that sunshine a little hazier by the time we get to Thursday, but temperatures are on the rise as we go to the end of the week.
Expect a warm front, moving from the kitchen right through to the rest of the house. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
It's the final week to see how you could be one of 2 big winners in our latest giveaway, as we have 2 prize bundles that have to be won. There's 2 lots of a totally tax-free £10,000 in cash. You'll also receive a brand new iPhone 16, along with £500 in shopping vouchers to spend at your favourite store. Hurry, lines close on the 7th of March. For another chance to win, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB11 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 7th of March. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Join me, Camilla Tominey, for a frank and honest discussion with those in power that cuts through the spin and gets to the heart of the issues shaping our nation.
You haven't confirmed that you want to stand as leader, but you haven't ruled it out either.
This report basically says that he's not fit to stand trial. Is he indecisive? Incompetent? I deliver the dose of reality Westminster needs. That's the Camilla Tominey Show at 9:30 every Sunday on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently. It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it? It's explosive. I mean, this is very good. It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial. And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born. It's everything you need to kickstart your evening. Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it. That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it? Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co. weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Hello, good afternoon and welcome to GB News. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio. I'm Nana Akua. And for the next 2 hours, me and my panel will be taking on some of the big topics hitting the headlines right now. This show is all about opinion. It's mine, it's theirs, and of course it's yours. We'll be debating, discussing, and at times we will disagree, but no one will be cancelled. So joining me for the next few hours, political commentator Lee Harris and also Labour activist Chris Worrell. So coming up, I asked, can European leaders come up with a plan to end the war in Ukraine? They are meeting right now in central London amid concerns over the support from the US President Donald Trump after his very public falling out with Zelenskyy in the Oval Office on Friday.
Gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III.
We'll be keeping you updated throughout the show. And so I'm asking, has your view of Sir Keir Starmer changed for the better? Lots of people praising the Prime Minister for his meeting with the President earlier. Some saying that he's doing a good job maintaining a strong relationship also with the Ukrainian President. I've got a poll up on GB News asking you that question. Has your view of Sir Keir Starmer changed for the better? I'll bring those results at the end of the programme. And we'll be hearing live directly from the Prime Minister following the discussions over ending the Ukraine conflict with fellow European leaders a little later on in the programme. Stay tuned. But before we get started, let's get your latest news with Aaron Armstrong.
Thank you, Nana. A very good afternoon to you. Just after 4 o'clock, our headlines. Sir Keir Starmer has urged world leaders to step up at a once-in-a-generation moment for security in Europe. Now, the Prime Minister is hosting a defence summit in central London. He says the UK will work with France and Ukraine on a peace plan, which will then be presented to the United States. Sir Keir Starmer says a good outcome from Ukraine would also be vital for the security of nations across the continent. Now, the summit comes after European leaders rallied around Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy after his confrontation with Donald Trump at the White House on Friday, and that has created a divide between the US and its European partners. Well, the Prime Minister says the angry exchange in the Oval Office made him feel uncomfortable. There is the French President, Emmanuel Macron. He is in attendance, as is Italy's leader, Giorgia Meloni. The head of NATO is there, Mark Rutte. He has said to keep NATO strong, Europe will increase defence spending. Canada's Justin Trudeau is also at the meeting, as is the Turkish Foreign Minister. Zelenskyy will meet King Charles after today's summit. Well, European leaders will be hoping to present a united front and persuade Donald Trump that they have a role in shaping Ukraine's future. The summit follows those extraordinary scenes, of course, at the White House, where Donald Trump clashed with Zelenskyy, telling him to strike a deal with Russia or we are out, Trump said. Well, Dame Priti Patel says the UK's relationship with the US remains firm, but she has condemned those scenes in Washington.
Those scenes on Friday in the White House were awful. They were absolutely awful. And, you know, I genuinely say this. When we look at President Zelenskyy, we feel a great deal of respect towards him because of the way in which he's conducted himself over the 3 years of this appalling illegal conflict and the barbarism of Russia, which he and his people, his country, has stood up to. And that's why we will always stand shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine and the people of Ukraine.
Bad news for commuters who are already battling record train cancellations because fares are going up. From today, the cost of many journeys in England and Wales will rise by about 4.6%, so hundreds of pounds onto the price of some season tickets. Campaigners say it will pile further misery on already hard-pressed household budgets. Rail cards will become more expensive too for the first time in more than a decade. The Transport Secretary Heidi Alexander says she knows passengers must be frustrated, but insists the government's cap has kept the increase below average earnings growth. Israel's blocked humanitarian aid into Gaza after the first phase of the ceasefire with Hamas has expired. It follows Hamas rejecting a US proposal to extend the truce by 6 weeks in return for the release of hostages. Israel's Prime Minister says there will be further consequences unless the group changes its position. Hamas has accused Israel of blackmail and has called on mediators to intervene. Now, talks which have been taking place in Cairo for the second phase of the deal haven't really got properly started. Pope Francis remains stable after suffering a breathing crisis over the weekend. He continues, though, to battle double pneumonia in hospital for a 17th day. The Vatican says the 88-year-old had a peaceful night in hospital in Rome and is receiving treatment to help him breathe. He was admitted back on February the 14th with a severe respiratory infection, and that has led to further complications. We'll update you when the Vatican releases a full medical update later today. And a private spacecraft has landed on the moon, and this one is still standing. Blue Ghost, built by Firefly Aerospace, is the first mission to land in one piece after a rival mission toppled over last year. It is part of a new space race. Private companies have teamed up with NASA. They're trying to unlock the moon's secrets and access potentially frozen water there. Experts say it could lead to cheaper missions and help humans return to the lunar surface or indeed travel beyond the moon. No one has walked on the surface since 1972, but of course that could all change. And last night's Brit Awards went brat as Charlie XCX dominated proceedings, scooping up 5 trophies. Here's the moment she claimed one of the top honours.
Charlie XCX! I'm living proof that maybe it takes a long time, but you don't need to compromise. If you believe in yourself enough, and honestly, if you make good enough music, people will resonate with you and be right there with you.
Charlie XCX there. She won Song of the Year, Album of the Year, Songwriter of the Year, and also took the Best Dance Act Award. Ezra Collective, Sam Fender and Stormzy were amongst the other big British winners. Those are your headlines. I'll be back with more at 4:30.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to News Alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
7 minutes after 4 o'clock, you're with me. I'm Nana Akua. This is GB News. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio. Coming up, can European leaders come up with a plan to end the war in Ukraine as they meet in central London? Right now, that's what they're doing amid concerns over the support from the US after this obviously very public falling out at the Oval Office.
Gambling with the lives of millions of people. You're gambling with World War III. You're gambling with World War III.
Now, there's been a bit of outrage from some politicians across the board demanding that Trump's state visit to Britain should be cancelled. What do you think? Tory Shadow Minister Alicia Kearns has called on Keir Starmer to axe Donald Trump's second state visit, insisting that the King should not have to make up for the Prime Minister's diplomatic failings. And I'll go along with the second bit, but I'm not sure the reasoning works with what happened there. We'll be discussing that in the Great British Debate this hour, because I'm asking, should Donald Trump's state visit to Britain be cancelled? And we'll be hearing live directly from the Prime Minister following the discussions over ending the Ukraine conflict with fellow European leaders a little later on in the show. They're currently meeting right now at Downing Street. That is coming up. As ever, send me your thoughts, post your comments, gbnews.com/your say. So there are demands for an end to the war in Ukraine. These are intensifying as European leaders. They are having that conversation in Downing Street. Their talks are to end the war and for a ceasefire deal which guarantees Ukraine a lasting peace based on sovereignty and security. The talks, of course, follow the uncomfortable clash in Washington, D.C. between the US and Ukrainian presidents, which resulted in the Ukrainian delegation leaving the White House earlier than planned. Prime Minister Keir Starmer will also be providing an update on discussions in the press conference in around about an hour's time. So it should be during my show. Stay tuned and we'll bring you all the updates there. Joining me now, former British Army officer and defence analyst Simon Diggins. Simon, thank you very much for joining me. Look, Simon, I'm hearing that the Europeans want to keep arming Ukraine in the hope that there'll be some sort of European force, put more money into NATO, but that sounds like, to me, they want to perpetuate the conflict. Is this wise?
No, they're not. I mean, what we're trying to do is find a ceasefire that's actually sustainable and turns into a peace. I think the whole emphasis from President Trump was all about a ceasefire, and that's probably relatively easy to achieve that. What Ukraine is after and what Europe should be after is a sustainable peace, and that's more hard to do that, and will require the Europeans to support Ukraine. Originally, I think the intention was to ensure that they did that primarily through the arming of Ukraine. And last year, Ukraine went to the NATO summit and talked about a non-nuclear strategic deterrent, which you talked about things like long-range missiles and air defence to deter President Putin and the Russian military from there. This is more difficult now. We're in a situation whereby that ceasefire and the peace we're after, in a sense, has been taken over by President Trump's initiative. He went over the top of Ukraine's head. He gave away the two key things that Ukraine was after, and then tried to bully President Zelenskyy publicly and humiliate him, which I'm afraid is, in my view, and lots of other people's view, frankly disgraceful.
I'm just going to correct what I said earlier. Actually, the press conference is in central London, not in number 10. Apologies for that. Let me just get this straight. You think that meeting there, President Trump was trying to humiliate Zelenskyy? Did you watch the entire thing?
Yeah, I have. So the first 30 minutes looked quite normal. It looked like the kind of normal a press conference opportunity. And then in the last 10, it turned really, really nasty, and you had the kind of the assault, verbal assault on him from very disrespectfully, initially from Vice President J.D. Vance, and then President Trump piled in as well. I mean, we all understand
President
protocol.
Trump said he
you
liked.
don't normally have the deputy party in.
Sorry, are you talking about the conversation about the clothes? Because whilst J.D. Vance said, made a comment, which comment are you talking about?
No, that's political knockabout. I mean, that's neither here nor there. We know what President Zelenskyy has been doing. He hasn't worn a suit since the beginning of the war in solidarity with his military. So got nothing to do with that. We're talking about where he started accusing President Zelenskyy of being disrespectful and frankly shouting at him. That's not how a vice president talks to a president.
That's
disrespectful.
That's interesting that you sort of interpreted that way. I didn't see that. What I saw was actually Zelenskyy actually interrupting J.D. Vance, and I saw the emotional manipulation. So the thing. Let me just tell you what I saw, which was him saying that, oh well, it'll be you will be next, and all that kind of thing, which I'm not sure how helpful that is when you're on the back foot and somebody's been supplying you with weapons for a long time so that you can continue fighting. I just didn't think that was wise.
Well, I think there's no question about it that President Zelenskyy lost his temper, and that probably wasn't wise.
Yeah.
But it was under provocation. What you had was kind of frat boy pile-on from President Trump and J.D. Vance, and I'm afraid that's not a great way to behave. And when you're talking about somebody who has fought an aggressor for 3 years, there are some millions of Ukrainians who are refugees, and millions, literally billions of pounds worth of damage across the country. What you show is you show them some respect. Now you may have to be difficult with them and say, look, we need to bring this to be a ceasefire, and that's going to be problematic. That's fair enough. There may also be occasions, and I've seen this in my own experience as a defence attaché, where some very strong conversations take place in private. What you don't do is what happened in public in the Oval Office. I mean, that frankly was shameful.
I don't know. I didn't see what you saw. I saw something very different, and I think some people saw it my way, some people saw it your way. Some people saw it your... Sorry, let me finish. No, sorry. Let me finish, Simon. Simon, I'm talking. I'm listening to what you said. I'm talking, and I've got a question.
You let me come back to you.
Well, if you just let me finish, I can then address what you're saying. But, Simon, the whole world didn't see that, actually. I've got people on my panel who think differently, and I've got those who agree with your perspective as well. So, just to be clear on that. But my point is this.
I think the majority of people in the world saw a president whose country has been fighting for 3 years, publicly humiliated by President Trump and Vice President Vance. I'm sorry if you see it differently, but tell me that's what majority people do. Even Prime Minister Starmer said that as well.
I'm not, listen, just because he said it doesn't mean I'm going to go along with it. I'm not bold enough to say that the majority,
I agree with that.
the majority of the people in the world saw this and that, because I can't say that, because I don't know that, so I'm not prepared to say that. All I can tell you is what I saw, which isn't the same from your perspective. So there are two of us here, and it's 50-50, and I think the split is quite similar. We've done a few polls on that as to whose side are you on, and actually Zelenskyy pipped it with the same Brexit vote, 52-48. So it kind of evenly split what people saw.
Well, it's not quite evenly. This one, including the world leaders, including most of the leaders of NATO, said it was disgraceful. I happen to say that, on my personal view, I'm prepared to listen to the leaders of NATO and all the other European countries, all of whom thought that what happened at the Oval Office was a disgrace. The only person who thought that was not a bad thing was Viktor Orban of Hungary and his sidekick from Slovakia. But these are not serious people. They're probably going to leave NATO in the next couple of months, but that's where we are.
Well, to be, with all respect, to be fair, they are backing Zelenskyy, so I don't think that I would say that they were objective views. So I hear that, but they are backing Zelenskyy. So I would, that they're not from a neutral... No, but they're not from a neutral perspective. So they would say that. That's what I think on that. But let's just come back to the meeting today, because obviously today the European leaders are talking about a ceasefire, although they are talking about weapons and arms. Do you think that we are in any position, if NATO were to seriously put more money behind their defence, do you think that NATO would be a big enough force against Russia?
Well, NATO at the moment includes America, so the issue really is, can the Europeans, without the Americans, provide most of that force? And the reality of that is probably not. We've had years and years of etiolated defence expenditure, and the net result is we don't necessarily have the armed forces to try and do that, which is why, and it's becoming very hard, which is why we also heard Prime Minister Starmer today talking about trying to find a way back after the disastrous events on Friday in the Oval Office. So there is a recognition that what the Europeans can do without American support is very limited. And that's a direct result of the way in which we have shamefully neglected our defence and security spending over many, many years. Now, it depends really what the state of the situation is. If it's simply a ceasefire, we have a problem. If it's a ceasefire with sustainable peace and we have some guarantees that can be genuinely accepted from Russia, then there may be something independently with them. But that's going to be very difficult to do. As President Zelenskyy said, in the time that he's been in office, President Putin has broken his word 25 times. With that kind of background, it's not too surprising that overwhelming of Ukrainians simply don't trust Russia and don't trust President Putin.
All right, listen, thank you very much. Simon Diggins, really good to talk to you. Thank you so much for your views. He's a former British Army officer and a defence analyst. That's what his views and how he perceived it. Joining me now, political commentator Lee Harris, also Labour activist Chris Warren. Chris, did you agree with him?
Yeah, I mean, I think the quip that is a fact by Poilon was right. I mean, we're talking about, you know, the state visit. I mean, Starmer's dismissed any suggestions of it, you know, not happening. And we've seen people who are sort of desperate for attention, trying to sort of come out of their kind of, was it John Swinney from the SNP and Alicia Kearns there with Kemi sort of doing a reverse ferret pretty quickly. But at the end of the day, you know, when they're shouting from the cheap seats, you know, they've got the political weight of a helium balloon, these people, and we need to be sort of getting back to recognising, as Macron said, it was just a press conference.
We'll just stop you there because we'll come back to the state visit after the break.
Fine.
But I want to get your views on what he was saying there.
I mean, Simon Diggins, sorry to digress there, it was spot on. I mean, at the end of the day, we got to look at, previous to Trump, there was about a third of the European Union that are paying 2%, or NATO, on GDP for defence. Now it's 2/3 that are paying that. So still a third without. We cannot be taking the risk that, you know, with where Russia's going, that they're not going to renege on the deal. So with the points that he's making there, without the US, is how people need to perceive this now.
Lee Harris.
I thought it was absolutely complete nonsense that was coming out of Simon's mouth. Don't forget, these people that we're listening to that are being lecturing us are the same people that have been perpetuating this war for the past 3 years and getting absolutely nowhere. And they all hate Trump. Have we found a European leader, bar one or two, that has heaped any praise on President Trump or anything?
Keir Starmer.
They all hate him anyway.
Well,
Keir Starmer.
Keir Starmer doesn't hate Trump.
He praised him.
Yeah, but remember what his front bench have been saying. Let's not go back there.
Not relevant to
So he's getting on really nicely with Macron. They look really happy. And, you know, all the world leaders that he's meeting so far seem very happy.
Yeah, great. No, that's all. I see that as quite superficial, and that is good, don't get me wrong. But listening to people like that who are set in their ways, who think the old guard have got all the answers, well, the old guard haven't got all the answers. They have led us into a situation where we have people, you know, I think it's almost 1 million people now have died in Ukraine. I want nothing more than Russia to be pushed out of Ukraine. It was absolutely horrific what they did, but it's not working. People like you've just had on, their plan doesn't work. We need something new, and I quite like the idea about Trump coming in and shaking things up. Let him cook. Let Trump cook. And none of these guys, they're just too arrogant. I actually think that they're partly scared that Trump's going to nail this and get this sorted, and their plan, the old world order, is going to be made to look stupid.
Well, I mean, I hear you, but Simon is actually
wound me up. Sorry,
defence analyst and a former British Army officer. What experience have you got?
Absolutely none. I use my eyes.
Yeah, well, eyes are good, and also
my gut.
Common sense. Yes, which has grown slightly.
I knew that was coming.
Let me be honest. Right,
I'm doing my button up.
With us. 21 minutes after 4 o'clock. It's fast approaching. I'm Nana Akua. This is GB News. We're live on TV, online, and on digital radio. Next, it's time for the Great British Debate this hour. I'm asking, should Donald Trump's state visit to Britain be cancelled?
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Headliners on GB News 11 p.m. every night. It's got 3 top comedians going through the next day's newspapers so you don't have to read them, which is great.
That's a good point. He's lying. I mean, maybe he's not lying.
That's Headliners every night from 11 p.m. and 5 a.m. as well on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Martin Daubney, weekdays from 3 p.m.
Well, a new poll commissioned by Channel 4 shows that more than half of Gen Z believe that Britain should be ruled by a dictator. Seriously, they actually said that. Well, 1 in 3 would want an army. What's the army in charge? 1 in 3 want martial law.
There's something on the idea of some form of strong leadership. They have looked at British politics. They have looked at the politics in which they grow up in. And they see failures at the democratic level. They see a weak, a soft, a centre that doesn't do anything, makes promises and fails to deliver them. They see nothing actually happening. And they also see a future where they have no democratic engagement because they're never going to have a house. They're never going to have a family. Why would they? Why would they be able to? So the idea of having somebody strong to come through and blow away the cobwebs of our current system, I can see that being attractive. When I grew up, I was talking to not that old men and women who had been through the war, who knew what dictatorship was. Up until the 70s, we were in the Cold War. People knew what dictatorship was. They knew people being locked up, being sent to Siberia. They knew what this meant. And I don't think anybody under the age of 34 actually has a clue. It's all the other side of the world. It's in North Korea, it's in China. It's not here, and it's not part of their lived experience. And that's a big change.
And I wonder, actually, Nigel, if a lot of these people think, I don't know, like Donald Trump's a dictator. He got elected with a huge mandate. Do they understand what dictators is? Or, actually, are young people just so listless? They're so feeble-minded, they need to be told what to do and how to live.
I certainly think that Gwen's right about there is a disillusionment with democracy and the results of it. The idea that a dictatorship is the answer to it or having the military rule over us is obvious nonsense.
GB News, the People's Channel.
If you want your news to be straight talking...
This is a nightmare for the Conservatives again.
Down to earth.
It's not just Nottingham where this is happening, is it?
And most importantly, honest.
Hard-working, middle-class taxpayers, they'll get their book thrown at them.
Then catch me, Martin Daubney, Monday to Friday, 3 till 6 p.m. on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Right, welcome. 24 minutes after 4 o'clock. If you just tuned in, where have you been? We're at the middle point of the show now. Next time, get here at 3 because that's when we start. I'm Nana Akua. This is GB News, we're Britain's news channel. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio. Lots of you have been getting in touch with your thoughts on the conversation about the Oval Office. David Richardson says, Starmer reminded me of Oliver the Twist in the Oval Office. Food, more food. Please, sir, give me some more. That's what it says there. Anita says, whatever you think of Trump, he has got the EU in a huddle, trying to think what they should be doing next. Well, there you go. Lots of you still getting in touch. I'll read some more of those. Of course, it's time for the first great British debate of this hour. I'm asking, should Donald Trump's state visit to Britain be cancelled? Top Conservatives are urging the Prime Minister, Sir Keir Starmer, to revoke the invitation from the King. Critics argue that the King shouldn't be forced to host the US President, especially after his tense exchange with Volodymyr Zelenskyy, and that this comes as top European leaders are meeting in London. They are meeting right now, actually, and we'll have more from that. Christopher Hope will be bringing us more, and about 5 o'clock we'll get a full bit of a press conference there. That's around about that time, so stay with me. But for the great British debate this hour, I'm asking, should Donald Trump's state visit to Britain be cancelled? Joining me, political commentator Lee Harris, and also Labour activist Chris Worrell. Chris Worrell, what do you think?
Well, like I said before, I think Starmer's suggested it shouldn't be dismissed. I think Cummings has sort of highlighted some of the critics and, some of the joke policies of wanting to stop it. But I think the person that really would want this to be stopped is Nigel Farage. He's going to be sort of pressed up against the window like a lost dog in the rain, while, Starmer and Trump sort of, try and flesh out this ceasefire plan.
You think Nigel Farage would want this stopped? Nigel Farage...
Out of jealousy, yeah.
No, Nigel Farage was even prepared to work in the best interest of the country if the Labour government needed him to broker a deal.
Well,
Well, he's been flip-flopping on this point. You know, he's been sort of there praising Putin in the past and more recently.
No, he wasn't praising Putin in the past. That's not quite right, is it?
That's my observation.
No, that wasn't quite right. And he did correct what was being interpreted. He never did that.
He's found him impressive, Putin, while he's butchering kids.
Hang on a minute. That's not praising someone. That is saying the obvious. So that's a leader. Putin is an impressive leader. He has his people behind him. Whether you agree with the decisions that Putin is making is another question.
Well, I disagree.
Not the same thing.
Well,
they're not the same thing.
But look, no, at the end of the day,
they're not, are they?
You don't stop a fight in a pub by not talking to the biggest bloke in the room. So those people that want to stop...
Well, that's what Donald Trump has done.
Well, this is what I'm saying. I think Starmer's doing the right thing. I mean, any notion of him not coming over is complete poppycock. We've had the SNP, you know, from the cheap seats coming out, not realising that there's a strategic awakening going on, as described by Macron.
Stephen Gethins, wasn't it, the SNP's foreign affairs spokesperson, he called Trump's behaviour towards Zelenskyy grotesque and said it amounted to bullying.
Yeah, and I think John Swinney's also come out, the First Minister. We've had the sort of useless Conservative Party. I mean, it would be great if they didn't keep being so useless. There might be an opposition to fight for Labour. But at the end of the day, we're seeing here some sort of 4D chess going on. Starmer's playing it, while all these other lot are playing a bit of snap, trying to stop this.
Do you think Starmer's one of the... Are they the pawns or prawns? What are they? Not prawns. Starmer's that can only do one step and just they get taken, and then if they get to the end, they can become a king.
Starmer's just rolling. This is all just rolling into stuff. I mean, anybody can do what Starmer's doing right now. I'll give him credit in as much as that he is playing it how he should play it, but it's not as if he's doing anything clever right now. But should this state visit be cancelled? Do you know what this question reminds me of? It reminds me of how excruciating it was watching David Lammy and Keir Starmer and Wes Streeting and all the Labour grandees protesting in the street, cancel the visit, they're children, student politics. And we've got, actually quite surprising, people like Dan Hodges, even Andrew Neil turning around and saying that we should question the state visit. I mean, how utterly ridiculous. I'm in agreement with you, Chris. It's ludicrous to even consider that we shouldn't have Trump over for a state visit. It plays to things that he likes. We're making sure that we get the best out of Trump as a nation when we do things like that. That's where we're at our best as a nation. It makes me feel proud to be British when we have days like that. So, no, I think all these idiots who are calling for this state visit to be cancelled, they're being childish. Grow up.
Well, can we get a high chair for J.D. Vance to sit the toddler in the corner so he stays away from any real debate, because he can't be trusted,
chair, didn't he?
Well, I don't know.
Well, listen, stay with us because we are now going to outside the European summit leaders where they are right now. Let's speak to our GBNews political editor, Christopher Hope. Christopher, can you tell us more? What can you tell us?
Well, the meeting now here, Nana, is breaking up very shortly. Behind me, all the cars are gathering. You're seeing them moving off behind me. We're about to see some leaders emerge from the building, and we'll see a press conference with our Prime Minister at 5 o'clock. We're not expecting a huge amount of news in the press conference. I think individual leaders will go away and talk to their respective broadcasters. What the UK wants to see is them all being quicker to step up and spend more money quickly on defence, and that's where the pressure, I think, is going to come from. And as things stand, the UK has stepped up, other countries have, but we haven't yet seen Germany, for example, and other countries do their bit. I think that's where we're going next. And this idea of a coalition of the willing, that's what Keir Starmer's been pushing all day. How that's badged, though, Nana, will that be a European Union force? I doubt it. NATO? Russia won't accept it. It might be a new name altogether, some kind of European defence force we haven't yet even thought of. Under that badge, we'll see French, UK and other troops deployed in order to try and keep the peace. And the big question, though, is what will the US do? The security backdrop is not yet sorted out. We won't hear more on that today. What that means in English, though, is the use of American fighters, American radar to ensure that Russia is kept on the back foot and isn't seen as taking any more incursions into Ukraine than the peace line, if that's agreed. So lots of questions here. It's been a very interesting day. I've never known a summit quite like it. Some Coldstream Guards welcoming the leaders earlier, helicopters overhead, silence, very oppressive silence as they walked in, grim-faced pictures on the family photograph from world leaders. These are individuals, leaders who are used to peace, but they're trying to prepare for possible, or certainly maybe not quite war, but conflict, or getting ready for conflict with Russia if it goes that far. No one wants that. That won't happen, I doubt. But even so, that feeling of we can't be sure of the peace we've had since the end of the Second World War is, I think, sobering, if nothing else.
All right. Well, Christopher Hope, thank you very much. He's outside the European Leaders Summit in central London. Just gone 31 minutes after 4 o'clock. Some breaking news. More than 500 small boat migrants arrived crossing the Channel in the biggest single day of arrivals this year. So more than 500. We will bring you more on that. Stay with us. It's a huge number of people arriving, and we'll get you across all of that detail. If you just tuned in, welcome. I'm Nana Akua. This is GB News. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio. Coming up around about 5 o'clock, we'll bring you the updates on that big summit, the press conference with Keir Starmer, and find out more about what was discussed today by all the European leaders. Next, though, time for the Great British Debate. I'm asking, who should Keir Starmer side with, the US, Europe or neither? First, let's get your latest news headlines with Aaron Armstrong.
Very good afternoon. Let's get you up to date with the top stories. Sir Keir Starmer's urged world leaders to step up at a once-in-a-generation moment for security in Europe. Now, the Prime Minister's hosting a defence summit in London in an effort to provide security guarantees for Ukraine and to try to establish lasting peace. European leaders, plus Canada's Justin Trudeau, the Turkish Foreign Minister, along with the head of NATO, are in attendance. Now, the Prime Minister says the UK will work together with France and Ukraine on a peace plan, which he will then present to the United States. Well, Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelenskyy is there. It's just a couple of days since that explosive Oval Office exchange with Donald Trump. The Prime Minister has since said that made him feel uncomfortable. Zelenskyy in the UK at the moment. He will meet King Charles a little bit later today following that summit. Now, hundreds of protesters have been holding a rally in support of Ukraine. This is outside Downing Street. People carried placards that said war is not over in Ukraine, world wake up, and Russia, captivity kills. And we'll be getting more details of how that meeting has gone very shortly, because Sir Keir Starmer will hold a news conference at around 5 p.m. We'll bring you the top lines here on GB News. Train fares are going up, as is the pressure on commuters, already battling record cancellations. From today, the cost of many journeys in England and Wales will rise by 4.6%. Campaigners say it will pile further misery on hard-pressed households, and rail cards will become more expensive too. It's the first time that's happened in more than a decade. The Transport Secretary, Heidi Alexander, says she understands passengers' frustration, but insists the government's cap has kept the increase below average earnings growth. And Israel has blocked humanitarian aid into Gaza after the first phase of the ceasefire with Hamas has expired. Now, it follows Hamas rejecting a US proposal to extend the truce by 6 weeks in return for the release of hostages. Israel trying to essentially pressure Hamas into accepting a change in the agreement to allow for the release of hostages without an Israeli troop withdrawal. That is a key part of phase 2. Mediators are discussing that. Talks are taking place in Cairo on that second phase of the deal, although those talks have really barely got off the ground. More from me a little bit later, just after 5 o'clock, and I'll hand you back to Nana in just a moment.
For the very latest GB News direct to your smartphone, sign up to news alerts by scanning the QR code or go to gbnews.com/alerts.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Britain's newsroom, weekday mornings from 9:30.
It's very emotional. It's designed to shock. What do you want people to take away from that advert?
I think, very sadly, a lot of people don't realise the violence and death that's prevalent in the dairy industry. For a cow to produce milk, she needs to be made pregnant And then for humans to have that milk, the calves are snatched away. So that goes on for around 5 years. The cows are made pregnant every year. Terrible diseases occur because they are producing 10 times more milk than is natural. And then they are killed. The calves that are taken away, if they're male calves, are shot. And for the female calves, just like their mums, they're going to go through the same thing.
We've got Kelly Seaton here, who appears to have a cow nudging you, Kelly, behind you. That cow looks quite content with you.
The industry has worked incredibly hard. We have an excellent resource in that we can use semen, so actually the amount of bull calves that are born is a lot less than what it used to be. We're working really hard to ensure that every calf goes down the right route. So actually shooting bull calves isn't a practice that takes place any longer.
We can be kind, we should be kind.
And I'm kind to my kids by giving them cow's milk, which is full of vitamins A, magnesium, zinc, B12, calcium, vitamin D. This is stuff that children need to grow, isn't it, Kelly? And I think what my problem is, Ben, is that your commercial is all about emotion. It's manipulating. It's not facts. You're not laying out facts about the dairy industry.
GB News, the People's Channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, 37 minutes after 4 o'clock. In about 25 minutes, we'll get the live press conference from Sir Keir Starmer after the big meeting with European leaders this afternoon. If this is GB News, I'm Nana Akua. We are Britain's news channel. Remember, you can also stream us live on YouTube. Well, it's time for the Great British Debate this hour. I'm asking, who should Sir Keir Starmer side with? The US, Europe, or neither? Sir Keir Starmer says the UK and France will work with Kyiv to stop fighting in Ukraine and will discuss the plan with the US going forward, of course, stop the fighting. This comes days after the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy and the US President Donald Trump had a fiery exchange in the Oval Office. European leaders are gathering in London. Currently, right now, they are talking about the war and security. But who should Keir Starmer cozy up to? Is he doing the right thing? He's offered Zelenskyy a meeting with the King, but it's not a state visit. Donald Trump is getting a state visit. Is he doing the right thing? Zelenskyy is meeting the King first, although Trump was offered the state visit before that. Remember, Zelenskyy got upset because Trump went to see Putin before him. Will Trump be upset? God, it feels like a version of EastEnders or something, doesn't it? So for the Great British Debate this hour, I'm asking who should Sir Keir Starmer side with, the US, Europe or neither? Joining me now, political commentator Lee Harris and Labour activist Chris Worrell. Lee Harris.
Both, if I put my grown-up hat on. He shouldn't... I think that, the one thing I did agree with Keir Starmer when he said that he didn't want to, create a divide between Europe and the US, and I get that completely. Now, in reality, the US are the kingmakers. They are pivotal. So without the US, this isn't going to work, full stop. So if I put my big boy hat on, he shouldn't favour one over the other. He should be diplomatic. And, one could argue that's exactly what Trump is trying to do between Zelenskyy and Putin. So you could ask who should Trump side with, Zelenskyy or Putin? And of course, he should be on the side of the country who's been invaded. Of course he should. Absolutely everybody should be. But what he wants to do is bring both people to the table. And if you're going to carry on calling Putin names, however correct they are, you're not going to get the guy to the table. So in the same way that you're asking me about who Keir Starmer should side with, I think he should take the same approach that Trump's doing, and that is to keep both sides to the table. But of course, without the US, they are pivotal in all of this. So he really does have to keep Trump on side.
Well, look, this is what Donald Trump said in his exchange in that meeting in the Oval Office with Zelenskyy. He said, if I didn't align myself with both of them, we wouldn't have a deal. You want me to say terrible things about Putin and then call and ask him, hey, how are you? How are we on the deal? It doesn't work that way. I'm aligned with the United States for the good of the world. You want me to be a tough guy? I can be tougher than any human being you have ever seen. Chris Worrell, who should Starmer cozy up to?
Well, look, I mean, you know, Donald Tusk made some statements today. There's 500 million Europeans, 300 million Americans, and 140 million Russians. And he said, if you can count, you should count on yourself. But when you sort of look forward beyond that, I think Donald Trump...
So what's the point you're making?
So what's the point I'm making? Well, taking that forward, if you look at how much Russia, with purchase parity taken into account, so how much they can buy, is spending on their defence, it's equivalent to about $460 billion. Europe currently, but that's with them paying 40% of their GDP on military, right? The Europe, including the UK, Europe plus UK, is spending about $457 billion, while on average spending about 2% of GDP. The Americans, $915 billion, about 3.4. If the UK and Europe spent 5% of its GDP on military defence spending, we'd be at $1 trillion. Right? If America...
We'd also be broke.
We would not be broke. I mean, look, at the end of the day, Poland are going up to 5%, and you can create industrial strategies around it.
All right. Well, listen, what do you think? Joining us now, though, GBNews political editor Christopher Hope, who's outside the European Leaders Summit. Christopher.
That's right. Ursula von der Leyen has just left the summit here, and she's given a short statement to journalists. Right now, and President Zelenskyy has left in a convoy of around 6 or 7 cars heading to see the King in Sandringham. You're seeing arrivals there about 2 hours ago of Ursula von der Leyen. She's the European Commission President. They are breaking up now. Each individual leader is coming out here. There's a microphone set up. Some are giving statements, some aren't. I think all eyes now are on what happens to these leaders. Will they go away and talk to their governments and announce increases in spending? We don't want the government's very keen to see Germany increase its spending levels on defence. Will other countries also step up? Because the UK and France and Poland and other big spenders on defence can't carry the can. This is a pan-European effort here to show Russia that the continent of Europe is willing to defend itself and is recognising it can't rely on America to defend us anymore post-war.
But, Chris, even if they agree to spend 5% or whatever the deal becomes, it takes them an incredibly long time for any of that to filter through to actual spending, doesn't it?
It does, but you may as well start now. I mean, there's 4 more years of Donald Trump, and he is making clear that although he agrees with Article 5, so if a NATO country is attacked, all other NATO countries should go to to defend them. The question is, will that be an issue in the next 4 years? We're seeing with President Zelenskyy on Friday, there was a collective nervousness, a collective sucking of teeth amongst these leaders that you're seeing on screen. They're meeting earlier with Keir Starmer. In fact, there's Premier Trudeau from Canada meeting with Keir Starmer. He flew over specially. It is a major meeting here in London as the world recalibrates how much they can rely on America for support, and it's now more on these economies, many of whom cannot afford to increase spending. There's President Zelenskyy arriving early, being greeted by Sir Keir Starmer. As I say, he's now on the way to Sandringham to meet with the King, and I fully expect the photographs of the King with Zelenskyy to be on the front pages tomorrow morning as almost a reminder to Donald Trump that he is increasingly isolated with that hostile stance he took on Friday against the Ukraine leader.
I'm wondering, though, in their talks, do we know if they were talking about peace as well and an actual sort of ceasefire, a stopping of the aggression to Russia, rather than just how much money they can raise in terms of their GDP to, stock up their arms?
Yeah, I mean, everyone wants peace, and that's where Trump comes from. He wants the killing to stop. He said in terms in the press conference I was at in Washington, D.C., he said 1,000, 2,000 young men are dying each week on both sides. And he, I think, is driven by the fact he wants to get the killing to stop. He says he's neutral, I think, in an attempt to show Putin he's a fair dealer for a peace deal. Of course, people in Europe, Zelenskyy, this country and others, don't think that you can get a fair deal with Putin, given away he invaded Crimea and then kept coming for Ukraine back in February 2022. So the question is, who is right on this? And that's why I think it's so important that you will see Europe standing together. We pressure back on Donald Trump. I mean, you may well recognise, of course, that there was some heated words said in anger in the Oval Office, and he may recognise that if Zelenskyy can somehow apologise for disrespecting the Oval Office, to use the language made by J.D. Vance, his vice president, and Donald Trump, there could be a way back in. But I think this today has been a day of this continent of Europe. The leaders of this continent, including the UK, come to terms with a more sober future when more money must be spent on defence, less money on things which are, frankly, you don't have to spend money on aid, but you'd like to. The spending on things you like to is stopping. It's what you need to now which counts.
All right, Christopher Hope, thank you very much. We'll obviously catch up with you and maybe a little bit later on. Thank you very much. That is Christopher Hope. He's GBNews political editor. He's outside the European Leaders Summit. Well, let's go back to my panel, Chris Worrell and also Lee Harris. So there you have it. They've been meeting. They're discussing increasing their GDP or spend on weapons and arms. My only concern on this is that they are just talking about spending more money, which always takes the European leaders a long time, NATO and any big organisations like this, a long time to actually action this. In the meantime, people are being killed, as Trump pointed out. I'm concerned they're not really talking about how they're going to tackle Vladimir Putin right now.
Well, look, Nana, I mean, I kind of object to this sort of woke, right, conscientious, objective way of being like, we can't spend more on defence.
No, nobody's saying they shouldn't.
Well,
but I'm wondering...
We need more weapons to do that.
We need... No, well, that's perpetuating the war. I wanted to know what they're going to do in terms of speaking to Putin and actually having diplomacy rather than just stockpiling weapons.
He doesn't do diplomacy, and this was Zelenskyy was trying to get across in front of President Trump and J.D. Vance, maybe not in the right forum publicly to do that. I think unless Europe gets up to 800 billion or a trillion, you've got to look at how, when you put Russia's army and defence spending, 460 billion, and China, 450 billion, together, right, it's nearly as big as America. Europe, at the minute, has been, we basically to cash in on this bet that the American peace premium was going to pay off, because it doesn't look like it will. And the only reason we've got to thank Trump for waking us all up to the fact that these guys are going hard and fast. China and Russia are lagging behind, but they've put their whole economy into their military-industrial complex. Yeah, and unless we get a peace deal, which I'm glad Keir Starmer's developing, a ceasefire plan, just so US isn't dictating all the terms of Trump. This is why this is happening so quickly, that we can, instead of... we have a seat at the table rather than just shouting through the letterbox like Kemi Badenoch and Nigel Farage would be doing on Twitter.
This has come at a very convenient time, I'd say, for Sir Keir Starmer, seeing as the farmers aren't happy, they've upset the pensioners, and all the other things that are going on in this country. So it's, hey, look over there, which obviously we need to. But are you concerned, Lee, that all of this, whilst it is very important, is at the expense of actual domestic policy? We've just had a report there, breaking news that 500 people have just crossed the British Channel, and Keir Starmer talked about smashing the gangs, and I'm not seeing any gang smashing happening.
No, and you're right to say this is very convenient for Keir Starmer, because his polling is appalling, his domestic policy is falling apart, nothing's working. I've just heard literally in the last, I think on the way up, that Rachel Reeves is having to do something very, very drastic to stop her disaster budget actually crashing the economy properly this time. But what you were saying about, I mean, what gets me, just jumping back to this situation with what the strategy is with the Ukraine-Russia conflict, what really gets me is what we're doing isn't working. Now, I hear what you say, Chris, about when you said that, Putin doesn't do diplomacy. Well, then do something about it then. Why didn't we go in with NATO? And I know the answer to this, I'm just sort of saying, why didn't we go in with NATO and push him back immediately within the first week of him crossing that border? The reason why we didn't was because everyone was scared of World War III. Right? Everyone was scared of what would happen. If you remember those conversations...
Nuclear war, we were all scared of
everyone
nuclear war,
was scared of nuclear war. Well, if we're not going to do it then, what we get...
Which is a valid thing to be scared of.
Oh, absolutely, but if we're not going to do that, then, OK, I'll give him the benefit of the doubt, and this is why my view has changed, right? So I was like, OK, yeah, we need to beef Ukraine's arms up, and we need to make sure that they can push Russia back. But we're still here 3 years later, and billions has gone into it. We've got almost 1 million people dead now. Something needs to change. Something needs to stop, and that's why that's why I get so frustrated with this when I hear all these people saying, "Oh, we need to keep rearming Ukraine. We need to keep doing this." It's not working. If it was going to work, it would have worked already. What are you going to do? OK, we're going to fund them for another, 3 to 4 years, and we're just going to have a forever war, and it's just going to carry on and on.
All right, let's quickly go back to Christopher Hope. He's still outside the European Leaders Summit. Christopher, any more updates?
Costa leaving. He's the president of the European Council of Leaders. Now, that's a kind of a loose grouping of the leaders of the EU. He has said just now there will be a meeting on Thursday when they'll be discussing further. It looks like the European Union now getting behind some form of defence force. Let's see where that takes us. Giorgia Meloni has just left. She, of course, was earlier with Sir Keir Starmer in number 10 Downing Street. She is someone who's soon to be personally close to Donald Trump. There we see her walking up now, being greeted by Sir Keir Starmer, the Prime Minister, earlier when I was in Downing Street. Now, she was out there in Mar-a-Lago up before the inauguration. She's someone who can be almost a Trump whisperer on behalf of the European Union. She's the closest leader, I would say, amongst those with a personal friendship with Donald Trump, which I think even Sir Keir Starmer lacks. So I think she could have a key role. We asked her for a question just now, but she left and got into a car and drove away. We may be hearing more from her from Italian media later. So I think we'll be watching continental press tonight, because lots of these leaders will go back to their own audiences domestically and try and convince them of the need to increase defence spending. Things are changing very rapidly, I think, on the continent of Europe.
Now, we know that Zelenskyy is been whisked off to talk to the King. What are we hoping to achieve with that particular meeting?
Well, I'm afraid to say, Nana, the King doesn't have any special advisors to tell me what's going on in his meetings. They are very much meetings between the head of state, our head of state, and Ukraine's head of state. In this instance, we're not being briefed on the politics of it. I do think, though, it is quite a political move of the King to put his arms so publicly around Zelenskyy and asking him to come to Sandringham. That is a message to Donald Trump, who respects the King. We're so pleased to receive that personal invitation to this year to Balmoral, to Scotland, and then next year probably for a state visit. It will resonate, I think, for Donald Trump to see an arm round Zelenskyy, given the way he feels he was disrespected in the Oval Office as recently as Friday. And you're seeing there the letter being handed over by Sir Keir Starmer to Donald Trump. He opened it. I was literally 2 meters from him, in front of him, as he opened it, and the surprise and the delight on the US president's face was there to see. So pleased to have this invitation for a second state visit. And there are calls today, of course, for that state visit to be postponed, given what happened to Zelenskyy. But I think I heard some of your panelists earlier, and it's probably right to say that would be an affront to all of America, not just to Donald Trump. That he's a representative, an elected leader of America, and that's why to cancel any state visit now would be to show disrespect to the entire country of America, and that's not what we want to do. And that's why it will go ahead, and Donald Trump will be here probably next year.
Do you think, as we've just heard, that 500 migrants have now just recently crossed the Channel, in some ways, although this is very important, that the focus has been shifted quite conveniently for Sir Keir Starmer from domestic policy?
Well, you could say that. I think that'd be unfair to the PM. I think that he's dealing with a crisis here and a need to step in where America is backing away from supporting Ukraine. We have spent 3 years standing with Ukraine as a country. Many of us, many people we know, have taken in Ukrainians fleeing that country. People have been flying the Ukrainian flag voluntarily. There's a feeling around this country getting behind Ukraine. Yes, small boat crossings are now at 2,000, I think, this calendar year. They're a lot, but they keep ticking up. I don't think you could say that Number 10 are trying to use this event behind me, this event at the, I can now say it's in Lancaster House in central London, as a way to avoid coverage of the small boats crisis.
OK. All right, Christopher. Well, we'll keep talking. We'll keep finding out more. The press conference is coming up around about 5 o'clock. We will get back to you with regard to that. But that's Christopher Hope. He's there outside the European Leaders Summit. So in a matter of moments' time, we'll be hearing the press conference. It'll be quite interesting. I just can't help listening to this and thinking I would like to hear them talking about how they're going to achieve peace. And I feel I'm hearing a lot about spending, defence spending, more fighting, whereas for me, the words from Donald Trump, peace, peace, peace is what he's after. These guys are talking about peace, but it seems to be the only achievement will be in terms of weapons. I'm not so sure that's...
I completely agree with that. What's the exit strategy? That's what they should be discussing. And that's what Trump is trying to do. And that's why I'm not saying... He might be wrong, right? No one knows. But something needs to change. And Trump is trying something new. Now, I think he should be given the space to do that. He is the elected representative of the United States of America, the most powerful country in the world. He is the leader of the free world. And he's trying something new. And I think the reason that he was so offended by what Zelenskyy did at that press conference is when Vance was talking about diplomacy, Zelenskyy put a dagger straight through that entire concept, his entire plan, to say, right, we're going to try this. And Zelenskyy was saying, well, you know, he was right. I'm not saying Zelenskyy is wrong, but what he's saying is he's almost burning Trump's plan before he's even had a chance to try it. And I think that's why I personally found it very frustrating, and I can see why Trump found it frustrating, because if he's going to try this, he needs to get them both round the table. And what's the exit strategy? What are these? You know, what are Europe going to do? What are we going to do? And all the Europeans want to talk about is, like you said, more money, more war. They don't want to talk about an exit strategy. Now, the only thing that I will give the Europeans and us as a good strategy is to put Ukraine in the strongest possible position prior to those negotiations. But if you're just going to have a slagging match, like with Biden, like that, how we used to have with Biden, and everyone just calling everyone names, I think Trump's got a point. We're not going to get people around the table with that sort of attitude. Let him cook.
All right, listen to this. This is Martin. Martin says he sent a message in with regard to Trump, Ukraine, and obviously what's happening today. He says it's all about money and getting the money that has been loaned back. It happened in World War II with the lease lend and with America and China during the same war. The UK and Europe are in exactly the same position. The loans have to be paid back. I can understand why Zelenskyy is apprehensive. His country is going to be bankrupt when this war ends.
Not at all. I mean, look, if we're going to look at what's going to happen here, Hegseth, the Defence Secretary of the United States, said NATO needs more lethal force, right? It's not a diplomacy club. When we're talking about the minerals deal, Ukraine will get royalties from that, and getting US interest, and this is what should have been signed the other day, which wasn't, and this is where Keir Starmer is, you know, doing as much as he can now immediately to not only provide those comforts to the US that we will up our defence spending, and not only providing confidence to Ukraine that we will get a minerals deal agreed.
Which will give them the security guarantees as well.
And meanwhile, you know, Donald Trump has to make sure that he's showing to Putin that he's not on Zelensky's side. But there is a bridge across this, and I think Keir Starmer will be able to hopefully deliver that. And it will come, unfortunately, at the result of more defence spending, because it's necessary.
Surprisingly, I agree with that.
You too. I can't have you. I'm not having this. I want some sort of
domestic politics.
It's only, yeah. Well, I suppose that does make a bit of a difference, doesn't it? Yeah. But again, though, I want to hear more talk about peace. I guess they do need to be better armed. That should go without saying.
More lethal force.
It shouldn't be that something like this will make them think about that. We need to be protected. However, but the bottom line is it's going to take many, many years for all those things to come to fruition. And I again feel like they are slightly pushing and passing the buck a little bit and saying we will in a couple of years' time be ready to fight Putin. But as Trump pointed out, thousands of men are dying every week. Now, if you are just joining us, welcome to the show. Very shortly, we are expecting to hear from the Prime Minister following a meeting with the European leaders over the conflict in Ukraine. And ahead of this, I can speak with my panel. They'll be with me now, political commentator Lee Harris and also Labour activist Chris Worrell. So stay tuned with us. We are discussing all things right now, and it is really quite a big day here, especially in particular for Keir Starmer, because all of these European leaders, we've had Zelenskyy, Macron from France, Chancellor Olaf Scholz from Germany, Denmark, the Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen, Giorgia Meloni from Italy, the Netherlands Prime Minister Dick Schoof. We've had leaders from Norway, Poland, Spain, Canada, Finland, Sweden, the Chechnya and Romania, the Turkish Foreign Minister, NATO Secretary and General, and also the Presidents of the European Commission and European Council Council. They're all attending this meeting. They have attended this meeting. That meeting is now stopped, and they are currently, very shortly, there will be a press conference. Joining me now, Telegraph columnist and former British Army officer Robert Clark. Robert, thank you very much for joining me. Robert, what do you make of this, then? Is this a really great show from Keir Starmer, and is this a very positive sign?
Yeah, no, I think, good afternoon. I think it is a positive show, actually, from Sir Keir Starmer. Look, I've been one of his strongest critics over the last 8 months, not least for some of his foreign policy decisions like the Chagos Islands and domestic issues as well. But I think on this, on Ukraine, and more broadly going forwards, the relationship with President Trump and trying to bridge the gap with Europe, I think he's actually done quite well. It's only 24 hours, 36 hours into this, so I'm sure we'll know a lot more in the coming days and weeks ahead. But I'd say the early signs are actually really, really positive, and the optics are actually really, really good.
Do you think he's... I mean, some people will say that he's just sat there and it's all kind of landed on his lap and he's just done his neutral sitting on the fence thing, which on this occasion works a treat, because if you had somebody else, like maybe Boris or someone else, they would have expressed a point of view that may have got them in a bit of trouble or in a bit of an icky situation, whereas he sat on the fence, which is very, very useful at this point in time.
Oh, for sure. That's one of Keir Starmer's, one of his main criticisms of him. But in terms of how he's handled the relationship with President Trump, even before President Trump was elected, he was quite careful, despite sending the Labour activists last year to campaign against him. He was quite careful to cultivate a relationship with Trump before he was even elected. And I think that's maintained. I'm surprised as anybody else that relationship appears to be quite genuine. But look, it's incredibly positive, and it's something we absolutely need going forwards in light of this American re-pivot, if you like, away from Europe and to the Indo-Pacific. We've known that this is going to be coming for at least a year now. It's merely an extension of Biden's foreign policy, just Trump is hastening it slightly. So like I say, I think he's actually handling it quite well. I'm the first to criticise Keir Starmer on many issues, but I think on this, it is broadly very positive. Where the detail matters, though, and I caution this, is on the defence spending uplift. And I think when details on that become more clear, it's actually going to appear very hollow. And that's something the Americans are going to be incredibly careful, probing and analysing, is this 2.5% uplift to defence, whether it's actually meaningful. Personally, I don't think it is. I think there's many holes in it, and that's something that could come unstuck in the relationship going forwards.
I'll be interested to hear whether they are actually talking about peace or whether they just really talked about arming themselves to the teeth, so that if Vladimir Putin comes for them, they are ready to fight. We'll find out about that in a few moments' time, around about 15:15. I wanted to get your take on the meeting, Zelensky's meeting with Donald Trump, and where you sit with what you saw.
I think it was deeply uncomfortable for everyone who was watching, myself included. I think personally, President Zelenskyy, not so much personally, but I think his team should shoulder some of the responsibility for how unprepared President Zelenskyy was going into the meeting. He was clearly underbriefed. He didn't have an interpreter with him. English is his second language, so there's going to be difficulties in that. However, it was clear for all to see that he did regrettably push Donald Trump, President Trump's buttons slightly, and I think the Vice President really seized on that for a domestic political audience. But I don't think it's. I think it's salvageable, and I think again, Keir Starmer is going to be crucial in that going forward, is trying to salvage the relationship between Ukraine and the US. And however the peace or some form of peace comes to bear, America are going to be absolutely critical to that. I think one of the key things going forward for Keir Starmer is to try and get some form of American assurance or security guarantee regarding Ukraine. In what form that looks like, we don't know yet. But that's something that the British are going to have their work cut out on, especially after Friday's meeting.
How do you think that the King can help in all of this? Because people talk about him exerting his soft power. What do you think is the benefit that he can bring to the table for this?
No, great question. I think His Majesty is going to be absolutely pivotal, and also the Prince of Wales as well. We can see that obviously President Trump enjoys enormously the pomp and ceremony of coming to Britain and the state visit he enjoyed before in his first term. Some people are calling for that to be his second state visit to be rescinded now. I think that's an absolutely awful decision if it were to be made. It clearly, hopefully at this stage, won't be made, and he will still come. And I think the relationship that Donald Trump will enjoy with His Majesty and the royal family is only a benefit. We talk about soft power all the time, and personally, I don't think it holds much sway in this day and age of hard military realpolitik. But here, with His Majesty and the royal family, we can really see it actually being incredibly useful to Britain.
Well, right now, it's pretty much all Sir Keir Starmer has got, because his front bench have been extremely offensive against Donald Trump, and Donald Trump appears to have forgiven them for some of the words that they used, which hopefully they'll take that and see that as a lesson as to how not to do things and not to do that again. So we'll hear the press conference and find out what the European leaders have come up with. What do you think should be the best solution from their press conference, just from your point of view? What would you like to hear coming out of there?
Well, I think we've already heard it, really. I think we've heard this renewed effort for some form of European defence and security solidarity. That doesn't necessarily, and hopefully won't, mean closer ties with the European Union, but it means closer practical relationships on defence and security, for instance, on transportation and logistics from a military perspective. That's only a benefit to Britain. And I think broadly we can already see that happening. And I think there will be a push now behind closed doors, more than not, with regards to trying to bring Washington back into the fold to provide that ultimate security guarantee for a peacekeeping force in Ukraine. We can't do that. We are incredibly hollowed out militarily. We have incredibly poor gaps in our defence, an increasing black hole in our budget, which this 2.5%, frankly, it's for the birds. So I think there'll be, like I say, a renewed diplomatic effort now going forwards that really Keir Starmer is going to be leading on with Europe to try and bring President Trump and Washington back into the fold, in a sort of medium-term capacity.
Some people might say that actually what is going to ultimately happen is some form of EU army, because if they want to become a collective force without the United States, which obviously the US are part of NATO, and they create their own EU army, that this is another sort of push against Brexit.
No, sure, I can understand that argument, and personally, I've publicly called out the idea of a European army or a European Union army for some time. It's incredibly impractical and it splits efforts with NATO. However, what we can see is, like I say, the benefit of working with European partners more closely on tangible military goals. But also, to be perfectly honest, there's not much appetite in European capitals, bar Paris, to really increase the uplift and the shared capabilities across the European Union. Poland as well is a good example. Poland is fast emerging as the heir apparent of a European land power, and they've got very little interest to work more, to work closely with the European Union in defence and security. So that really rules Europe's 2 or 3 biggest military powers out of any real sort of incentive to work within an EU framework. It is a worry, if I'm being honest, with Labour and Sir Keir Starmer. They're well known to obviously favour ties with the European Union. But I think now with defence and security, it's far too fractured politically and domestically to really warrant any real closer worries on that guard.
Do you trust that even if there is some sort of EU or a kind of collective, whether it's an EU army or some sort of collective of European armed forces that doesn't involve NATO, that they will actually act together? Because Vladimir Putin has tested NATO's resolve to see whether, if there's an attack on one, there'll be an attack on all. And I'm not sure that if something happened, that all those alliances would then work in each other's interests to stop aggression. They may look on this and think, whoa, hang on, I don't want to get involved in that.
Oh, sure. I mean, that's a worry that I share as well as you. This is why it's important to really try and get Washington back into the fold on the ultimate backstop, some form of security guarantee should things go wrong. But look, there's enough of these, like a coalition of the willing with Britain, with France, the Nordic countries, the Baltics, and hopefully Poland, who I think quite early on in these talks ruled themselves out of sending forces to Ukraine. But there's other ways they can contribute. For instance, they can free up the land forces across the Baltics in existing NATO commitments, the enhanced forward presence. We run that in Estonia, for instance. So there's ways that Poland can still help. And there is enough of an incentive for these countries to really have one's back and provide the security guarantees to one another. Don't forget Britain and France are a nuclear power. We have extended our nuclear umbrella, so to speak, to all of European NATO countries. France hasn't. And I think that's a powerful reminder. You know, around a quarter of our defence budget goes towards our nuclear deterrent. This is a huge card that, you know, we quite rightly don't play too much. But I think on this instance with Ukraine, it's worth remembering that it's our final form of guarantee, if you like.
All right, well, listen, it's been really good to talk to you. Thank you very much. Robert Clark there, he is a Telegraph columnist and a former British Army officer. Really good to get your perspective on that. Well, this is GB News. It's just coming up to 11 minutes after 5 o'clock. I am Nana Akua. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio. You can also download the GB News app and catch up with everything going on here on the channel and watch at your leisure. Joining me now, political commentator Lee Harris and also Labour activist Chris Worrell. Chris Worrell, talk to me. What do you make of all of this? Because I'm thinking that we are heading towards an EU sort of army. It's almost getting out of Brexit via the back door. I agree that there should be some sort of collaboration when it comes to the armed forces. But if we lose America and we create our own thing, because they're obviously not at these talks at the moment, then we are going towards something that a lot of people in this country backed against.
I can't see an EU army ever happening. I mean, it comes down to sovereignty and national control, but beyond that, it makes NATO redundant, and that's the problem.
Well, not really, because America are in NATO, but if you're struggling with the negotiation and you can't get them in it, then you have no choice, right?
But having a European army it would be reflecting what NATO's set out to do as an individual nation-state. I mean, to the point of your last caller there, Robert, I think what's going to be coming around, I think the nuclear points are interesting, because I think Macron's come out saying he may expand the nuclear deterrent or as an umbrella through technology that is within European Union, and I think the UK one has a lot closer link with the US. But what's more interesting is by putting troops on the ground, and we'll talk about how do we stop this war. At the minute, there's 100,000 troops locked up on the northern border of Ukraine, opposite Belarus. And, we've seen that Article 4 of NATO was only triggered once in history, and that was after 9/11, and the UK, Canada and many other...
Just remind us of what Article 4
Article 4 of the NATO agreement means if it's an attack on one, it's an attack on all. Okay, yeah. And I think we talk about Putin having sort of salami-sliced other parts of the world that aren't in NATO, and people argue against its expansionism, but it's a defensive pact. So I think for us to put troops on the ground as part of a ceasefire proposal, where we have American interests in the minerals agreement with the UK oversight and boots on the ground, even that allowing them to free up some troops from the north, at least 100,000 there, and put them down the front line to re-bolster the situation, could be where things go. But that's just my opinion at the minute.
Lee Harris.
I agree with much of that. I think it does worry me a little bit seeing... Sorry, I'm supposed to disagree.
Not really, but, you know...
Well, it is geopolitics, slightly different, isn't it? But
not really,
I think the European army is never going to happen. I don't want it to happen because it dilutes the focus of NATO. And I don't want to see NATO fall apart. I think that would be a big worry for all of us. And I think that's what Putin wants. I think that would be exactly what I think that's what Putin wants. He wants NATO to be destroyed and not there anymore, and it to break down. And he wants to break up our strength.
Our little alliances.
Yeah, and have little alliances instead. So,
but if that happens, we then have to choose a side, don't we? We need to decide whether we want to be aligned with America or we want to be aligned with the EU.
On the basis that I think it's overreaction to say that Europe is ever going to fall out with the US. I just think, maybe I'm being too idealistic, but I really do not see a future with the United States and Europe not being on the same side. I just don't see it. And if we do see a future like that, I think all of us should be absolutely terrified of what the future holds.
Why?
Because I just think that at the moment, the world order is Western nations working together within a NATO framework, and that is something that I do strongly believe in. And if that crumbles and we have a situation where we're all sort of, we've got the US making decisions over there, we've got the Europeans making decisions with their army over there, that does not sit well with me at all. That to me is something that potentially could lead towards World War III in the future. I think NATO is very important for that reason. It's not a political alliance, even though I'm very anti. I voted to leave the European Union. We're talking about a strategic military alliance, which I think is valuable, and I don't want to see it a change.
But if the Americans choose to leave, then there's no chance.
Well, I think the other thing that can be done is a no-fly zone over Ukraine. At the minute, Ukraine doesn't have any air superiority.
They won't do it.
And well, I think this is the part of the reasons
now
we
want to have happened.
Yeah, well, I'm thinking that the Europeans are probably getting around the table to say we can't sort of dilly-dally around. The thing is, we had Germany, begging the Russian, they got hooked on cheap Russian gas, thinking, we can control Russia by taking their gas, but then their industry got hooked on the cheap Russian gas. So
well, President Trump actually warned them about that, didn't he?
He did, and I think we're seeing from Merz now a sort of, a reawakening of the Europeans, sort of realising that we need to buckle up here. But you cannot stand up. There's no diplomacy with Putin, and I think Donald Trump's probably the only one that can do it. Play face, but we're having to see them to at least put a no-fly zone across Ukraine and put some troops on the ground once that mineral agreement's signed.
Do you remember when we were all discussing that when Russia first invaded Ukraine? We were all discussing we need a no-fly zone over top. I completely agree with that. I know the dangers of it, but everyone backed off. And that's why we're in this situation now.
Because weak Tory leadership under that point.
Weak Tory leadership. I think a lot of them are weak, indecisive, and don't really know what they're doing at all. But let's hope that the press conference that we're about to go to in a matter of moments will give us some of the answers, and we'll find out exactly what's going on. If you've just tuned in, welcome. This is GB News. We are Britain's news channel. It's coming up to 17 minutes after 5 o'clock. If you've just tuned in, the Prime Minister has been meeting with European leaders. Those leaders include Zelenskyy, Macron, Chancellor Olaf Scholz from Germany, the Prime Minister Mette Frederiksen from Denmark, Giorgia Meloni from Italy, Netherlands Prime Minister as well. Let's go live to the Prime Minister, who's speaking following a meeting with European leaders on Ukraine.
The priority of this government, of any government, is the security and safety of the British people, to defend the national interest, particularly in these volatile times. That's why last week I announced the biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War. That's also why I met President Trump last week, to strengthen our relationship with America, an indispensable partners in defence and security. And it's why this weekend I've been hosting European leaders here in London to work together for the security of the United Kingdom, Ukraine and Europe as a whole. Through my discussions over recent days, we've agreed that the UK, France and others will work with Ukraine on a plan to stop the fighting. Then we'll discuss that plan with the United States and take it forward together. The purpose of today's meeting was to unite our partners around this effort, to strengthen Ukraine and to support a just and enduring peace for the good of all of us. Our starting point must be to put Ukraine in the strongest possible position now, so that they can negotiate from a position of strength. And we are doubling down in our support. Yesterday evening, the UK signed a £2.2 billion loan to provide more military aid to Ukraine, backed not by the British taxpayer, but by the profits from frozen Russian assets. And today I'm announcing a new deal, which allows Ukraine to use £1.6 billion of UK export finance to buy more than 5,000 air defence missiles, which will be made in Belfast, creating jobs in our brilliant defence sector. This will be vital for protecting critical infrastructure now and strengthening Ukraine in securing the peace when it comes. Because we have to learn from the mistakes of the past. We cannot accept a weak deal like Minsk, which Russia can breach with ease. Instead, any deal must be backed by strength. Every nation must contribute to that in the best way that it can, bringing different capabilities and support to the table, but all taking responsibility to act, all stepping up their own share of the burden. So we agreed some important steps today. First, we will keep the military aid flowing and keep increasing the economic pressure on Russia to strengthen Ukraine now. Second, we agreed that any lasting peace must ensure Ukraine's sovereignty and security, and Ukraine must be at the table. Third, in the event of a peace deal, we will keep boosting Ukraine's own defensive capabilities to deter any future invasion. Fourth, we will go further to develop a coalition of the willing to defend a deal in Ukraine and to guarantee the peace. Not every nation will feel able to contribute, but that can't mean that we sit back. Instead, those willing will intensify planning now with real urgency. The UK is prepared to back this with boots on the ground and planes in the air. Together with others, Europe must do the heavy lifting. But to support peace in our continent and to succeed, this effort must have strong US backing. We're working with the US on this point after my meeting with President Trump last week. And let me be clear, we agree with the President on the urgent need for a durable peace. Now we need to deliver together. Finally, we agreed that leaders will meet again very soon to keep the pace behind these actions and to keep working towards this shared plan. We are at a crossroads in history today. This is not a moment for more talk. It's time to act, time to step up and lead, and to unite around a new plan for a just and enduring peace. Thank you. I will now take a number of questions, starting, I think, with you, Beth, at Sky.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Watching President Trump berate a wartime president and defender of European freedom in the Oval Office said to many people what you've already said in a way, that everything has changed. Given that the US has become an unreliable ally, did you, as European leaders, discuss the prospect of actually going it alone, and actually what the reality of a US pulling out of this, all of this, would mean? Do you think you really do need the US? And if you do you think the coalition of the willing will be enough to bring President Trump back around? Thank you.
Well, first, in relation to last Friday, nobody wanted to see what happened last Friday, but I do not accept that the US is an unreliable ally. The US has been a reliable ally to the UK for many, many decades and continues to be. There are no two countries as closely aligned as our two countries, and our defence, our security and intelligence is intertwined in a way no two other countries are. So it's an important and reliable ally for us. The discussions we've had today, particularly the coalition of the willing, is on the basis that this is a plan that we will work with the US and that it will have US backing. So that is the purpose of the plan, and that is why I spoke to President Trump last night before we developed the work on this plan. Thank you. I've got Robert from ITV.
Hi, Robert Pearson, ITV. I want to sort of put to you what will be on the minds of millions of British people. With your commitment in the event of a peace deal to deploy British soldiers to Ukraine, is there now a more real prospect of Britain being at war with Russia? Can you rule that out?
The whole point of a guarantee for any deal, or if there is a deal, is to preserve the peace. And if you want to preserve the peace, you have to be prepared to defend the peace. So the reason I've been forward-leaning on this is because I want to avoid conflict, because I do not want conflict in Ukraine, in Europe, and certainly not in the United Kingdom. I want stability in the United Kingdom. The way to ensure that stability is to ensure that we are able to defend a deal in Ukraine, because the one thing our history tells us is that if there is conflict in Europe, it will wash up on our shores. And already in the last 3 years, what's happened in Ukraine has had a massive impact on many working people back here in the United Kingdom, because their bills have gone up, their energy bills have gone up. There's been an instability in our economy caused by that conflict. So we are not unaffected by it. And of course, our own security and defence depends on the defence and security of Europe. So every step I am taking is in order to preserve peace, to avoid conflict, because the safety and security of the British people is my #1 duty and responsibility, and I take it very seriously. Thank you. Chris at the BBC.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Chris Mason, BBC News. After what happened the other night between Presidents Trump and Zelenskyy, do you feel a greater personal responsibility, alongside President Macron and others, for delivering a workable peace? And on the coalition of the willing, as you've described it today, are you persuading more people to join it? Thank you.
On the question of responsibility, I do think the United Kingdom should step up and lead. We have done that historically as a nation, and we need to do it again. And that is why we're moving forward on this. On the coalition of the willing, yes, a number of countries have indicated today that they want to be part of the plan that we are developing. I'll leave them to make their own statements about exactly how they want to make that contribution. But we've been able to move that forward. I accept without criticism and with respect the position of other countries that may not feel that they want to contribute in that way. But I strongly feel that unless some move forward, we will stay in the position we're in and not be able to move forward. And therefore, it is a deliberate plan to ensure that we get some momentum and pace here. And it is intended to preserve the peace, and it's intended to ensure that we stay in lockstep with the United States, which is my strongly held belief the best way to preserve security and defence in Europe and security and defence in the United Kingdom.
Any sense of how many?
Well, a number indicated today that they wanted to be part of the more forward-looking element. I will, rather than speak for them in terms of exactly how they'll make that known and what their contribution will be, I'll leave that to them. But I'm pleased that a number did indicate that they do think that this is a plan worth backing and that they want to play a part in it. And so we've made real progress today in the course of the last few hours. Thank you. Alex.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Alex Wickham from Bloomberg.
Bloomberg, I'm sorry.
On your coalition of the willing, do you think it can be bolstered by countries that aren't just in Europe? Essentially, we've got Canada represented here today. Do you think you could get countries beyond Europe to join the coalition of the willing, essentially make it almost a transatlantic partnership? And also, in terms of your plan to present back to Donald Trump, how soon do you need to get that done? Is that something that really needs to happen very quickly in days? Thank you.
On the countries beyond Europe, obviously we had Canada here, who've traditionally taken a forward-leaning role. They've been working very hard with us on issues like training, and they've been a reliable ally. And I'm encouraging of that because they are already deeply vested in Ukraine. As I say, they've worked on the training, amongst other things. Yes, on the question of the US, look, I spoke to President Trump last night. I'm not going to go through the details of that conversation, but I would not be taking this step down this road if I didn't think that it was something that would yield a positive outcome in terms of ensuring that we move together, Ukraine, Europe, the UK and the US, together towards a lasting peace. And so that's the way I've approached this in the last few days. Hugo, from the iNews.
Thank you, Prime Minister. Hugo Jai from the iPaper. Obviously, the other party that would need to sign up to any future peace deal is Russia. President Trump has said he wants to talk to Russia. You're coming up with a peace deal without Russia's involvement. What makes you think that Russia can be persuaded to sign up to this deal that's been agreed by its enemies?
Well, in the end, a deal will have to involve Russia. Of course it will. But we can't approach this on the basis that Russia dictates the terms of any security guarantee before we've even got to a deal. Otherwise, we won't make any progress at all. It is, for a deal to be done, but if a deal is done, it has to be a deal that is then defended, because what we've seen in the past is a cessation of the hostilities without any backup, and that was readily breached by Russia. And that is precisely the situation that I think we need to avoid this time around, which is why we're going down this road. Antonello, please, from La Repubblica.
Thank you, Mr. Antonio from La Repubblica. The Italian Prime Minister Giorgia Meloni, who you had a bilateral meeting earlier today, said that the West must not split on Ukraine. How can you try to convince Meloni and other European leaders that your plan and your coalition of the willing, is the right thing, and to persuade them to join? And do you fear that the West might split on this? Thank you.
Well, firstly, I had a very good bilateral meeting with Georgia this morning. We had the first bilateral brunch, I think, in the history of British-Italian relations. So that was a first. We get on personally very well. And she's very clear, I don't want to speak for her, but I think her position is well known, that Europe and the US have to stand together, and that bond must always be strong. So there's a huge amount of common ground between the way I see this and the way Georgia sees this, particularly the view that it is important for the security and defence of Italy, of Europe and the United Kingdom that we work, as we've always worked, closely aligned with the United States. Thank you all very much indeed. Thank you.
Starmer. He was at his press conference there. The coalition of EU leaders all discussing the Zelenskyy, the war in Ukraine. He made lots of comments there. One big thing: we are at a crossroads in history. He actually said that he wanted to strengthen their relationship with America. And they agreed the UK, France and others wanted to stop the war, stop the fighting and unite. And one of the big things that he said was that in order for peace, they needed to strengthen Ukraine so that they can negotiate from a position of strength. He talked about £2.2 billion that has been taken from a lot of the money that was taken from Russian assets that have been frozen in the UK. He also talked about £1.6 billion to create an air defence. He said that we have to learn from the mistakes of the past. And he talked about he had 4 points that he made. The first one being keeping the military aid flowing to ensure that Ukraine could protect themselves. He talked about sovereignty, to ensure that Ukraine could have sovereignty. He also said that he'd like to continue boosting the Ukraine defence, and he talked about a coalition of the willing. He mentioned UK boots on the ground and planes in the air. So that doesn't sound like, in my view, maybe that's a peacekeeping force, but it sounds interesting, almost as they were prepared to fight, I don't know. But he said the effort must have strong US backing. And they had agreed with the president, but they must deliver together. Leaders will meet again very soon. He made that point, said it's time to act, time to step up and lead. Interesting there, because some of the questions there, one of them asking, Beth Rigby from Sky asked whether watching the Prime Minister berate Zelenskyy, has he become an unreliable ally? And Keir Starmer pushed back on that and said that he didn't accept that the US is an unreliable ally. He said they're very important, and that he actually had a conversation with Trump last night. So he didn't accept that, and he said, he was asked, can you rule out the UK being at war with Russia? He said he wanted to preserve peace. We do not want conflict in Ukraine and Europe. And the way to ensure stability is to be able to defend ourselves. And problems will wash up, because the problems will wash up on our shores. He was, I have to admit, I think that he was quite diplomatic in his efforts. And I'll bring in my panel, Lee Harris and also Chris Worrell. You can see that photographs from Downing Street, outside Downing Street earlier. Lee Harris, what was your take on all of that?
Not bad, and I was really pleased to see him stand up and respond to that ridiculous question from Beth Rigby to try and put... Or maybe she was trying to have the opposite effect, to get him to say we don't see America as an unreliable ally. And I'm glad he did that. I'm very glad he did that. But what seemed to be missing for me, and maybe I'm being a bit too critical, was yet again the exit strategy. The only sort of thing that I picked up from that was that it's more of the same, and it's putting Ukraine, which again, I agree with the principle of this, about putting Ukraine in the strongest position possible prior to any peace negotiation. Now, when's that going to happen? When's the exit strategy? When are we bringing Trump in? That's the bit that I'm a little bit concerned about. But I hate to admit it, overall, that wasn't bad.
Well, he said Europe and the US have to stick together. Chris Worrell.
I mean, I think the key takeaway from that, despite the obvious question from Beth Rigby, which obviously Keir answered properly, adequately, is in the event of a peace deal. So there's still a long way to go here, but making sure that Ukraine's in its strongest possible position now is encouraging. You know, an announcement that's going to be good for people in Belfast who's looking for jobs in making some air defence missiles. You know, that announcement today from the UK Export Finance. Like, you know, what is evident for me is Keir's making this work for Britain, and hopefully it's going to make it work for Europe, and hopefully it'll make it work for Ukraine. And
you're OK with us making weapons because it brings in jobs to fight, continue fighting in an unwinnable war.
We must be increasing our defence spending, and we must make the UK military power.
But the weapons that they are making presumably are to supply Ukraine, which is what we continuously do. What I was very disappointed with is that he didn't mention anything for our armed forces. I would have liked to. That was all very well. I respect the fact that he's talking about keeping in lockstep with the United States, but what I didn't hear was bolstering and money going into our own armed forces. No, but did he mention that, though? Did you hear him mention that?
He announced that 2 days ago when we got £13.4 billion increase, which is why, funny enough, Donald Trump is saying on a route to 3%, he is happy with the steps that Keir Starmer's making. He is happy that Keir Starmer acknowledges the rest of Europe need to pull their socks up too. And, you know, there's only one man that could have done that. Could you imagine Jeremy Corbyn getting all of these EU people together around the table and talking about increasing defence spending? The Labour Party has changed for the best, and the plan for peace, it can only be possible through increasing our military strength.
But he talked about, I mean, his 4 points were keeping military aid flowing. So that, to me, sounds like continuing to perpetuate the war, but he's saying to put Ukraine in a strong position to defend against Vladimir Putin. And then one of the points that he made was that they couldn't do this without Putin, but they were doing it without Putin, is what I heard. We don't want to do this without Vladimir Putin. It's a bit like Donald Trump trying to negotiate peace and not involving Ukraine. And there was a lot of criticism for Donald Trump over that.
This is why I felt it was a little bit more of the same. There was some new stuff in there, don't get me wrong, like you've just discussed, but we are still lacking that urgency to stop it, to stop the war. And that's something that I didn't hear in that. And so I'm genuinely pleased with what he said, but like Chris has just said, and you, I just think we absolutely need to up our own personal defence spending. I know we've heard that from Keir Starmer recently. I'm not quite sure it's the 13.8 billion that we've heard. I think there's some definite interesting analysis that shows it could actually end up being a bit of a cut, depending on how you view that money. He played a very similar game to Rishi Sunak with his game playing with the inventive.
The money sounded more.
It sounds
but
more.
Yet the the actual application of that money, if you worked it out over time and inflation and everything, was actually less.
It
That's
worked
kind of
out.
how it
If you
worked out.
make some assumptions.
Well, no, it's to do with inflation, isn't it? So it's something
exactly.
it's just like...
Increase the GDP.
But we've got to do it in... You've got to look at things in perspective, haven't you? If 13 billion or whatever they're announcing ends up being worth less than it would have been however many years ago, then it's not really an increase. That's how we work out everything, isn't it? That's how we work out
Rishi
everything.
Sunak for doing
He called
the
him
same
out for
thing.
that.
It's not the same thing. Rishi Sunak
For doing that,
wouldn't even get to the military spending to where we're at now. I mean, just on your point, Lee, what Keir Starmer did say is that we need to agree an urgent need for peace. That is, as you were saying earlier, Nana, and Keir Starmer's reiterated those words in his speech. And I think that we do need to take acknowledgement here that ultimately the sort of elephant in the room is how Putin's going to... Because we've heard nothing from Putin.
Well, this is the problem, isn't it?
On all of these discussions.
Yeah.
But the list that you've listed out there of who's attended this meeting is encouraging.
Well.
But it has to be a case that, as Donald Trump's defence secretary said, we need more lethal force by Europe. So any of this, we shouldn't be arming Ukraine, is an absolute nonsense.
Well, what about... I'm not sure it is an absolute nonsense, but what about a coalition of the willing? So this will be people who say, OK, well, we're prepared to join. Won't that simply weaken NATO?
Yeah, this was what I was worried a little bit about. I'm not sure that this happened, but what I was kind of worried that he might, you know, even if he didn't do it directly, kind of indirectly undermine Trump. With this meeting, because obviously we have got European leaders coming together without Trump and, like you say, without Putin, and we're kind of doing this without them. So, and I'm a little bit concerned of that, because I think we all know Trump. He wants to be part of it. I think he wants his Nobel Peace Prize. There's absolutely nothing wrong with that as a goal in life. I have no problem with that. I'm not sure that happened. I think, as I said, that key question from Beth Rigby. Trump would have liked the answer that Starmer gave. As you said, we said off camera, didn't I? said he better boot that one back, and he absolutely did. So fair play to him for doing that. But again, we need an exit strategy. I want to hear something a bit more solid. I want to hear our own defence spending increase. I mean, one thing not by much, but yeah, it has. I'll give him that. Don't get me wrong. But let's not forget what Trump was trying to do all along. He was trying to get all of us to spend more money on defence, and he has achieved that.
Can you give him credit for that, Chris?
Yeah, I mean, look, he's been cordial, but then his intimidating stance at the same time gets us to where we need to be. Some of us have always believed that the Labour Party and the UK needs to be more pro-defence, and that's what this Labour Party is.
But nobody was that until Donald Trump came along.
Well, I mean, as we go back...
The Conservatives are guilty of this as well.
Well, yeah, the Conservatives are guilty of it, but the Labour Party definitely isn't. At the end of the day, we've got to look at place. I want to hear from Belgium. I want to hear from Holland. I want to hear from Portugal, Spain, Croatia. What are all these people doing? Why isn't their defence spending not up? We've got Geert Wilders over there running around on a 1.4% GDP. They can't be talking tough if they're not going to put their money where their mouth is.
You can't give Labour too much credit in terms of...
Yes, you can. All the credit.
I'll give you...
This is exactly what's going on right now.
There is some credit to be given.
All the credit.
Why are we spending 20 or 30 billion on net zero if defence is so important to Keir Starmer? Why are we wasting money on that? Why are we spending 15 billion abroad?
It's 0.2% of GDP. It's 5 billion a year. It doesn't make a blind bit of difference.
Well, defence spending is 0.5. Isn't it 0.5%? Oh, no, that's foreign aid, yeah. I'm talking about foreign aid. But, sorry, no, my point... Let me just make this point about the foreign aid. Was Annalise Dodds resigned because she wasn't happy about the fact that we'd taken, I think, 0.2 off the foreign aid budget to put it into defence spending.
Well, I'm glad you realise that amounts... It's a tiny bit. But my point about the net zero, because at the end of the day, we do need net zero because we need to...
get a hole in the head.
We need to get away from reliance on all this Russian gas, all this sort of, like, fossil fuels, by having some reliable, you know, renewables and nuclear, if I'm being honest with you. That's the big next thing. Small nuclear reactors.
Which the Labour Party scrapped, didn't they?
No, we put 20 billion into it.
No, they didn't make any new reactors. We know that.
It's been announced last week.
No, well, they are announcing it now, but the reason we're in this mess is because they got rid of them in the first place.
No, we're putting them back in now.
But they're putting them back in, thankfully, finally. Yes. Joining us now, GB News' political editor, Christopher Hope. He's outside the European Leaders' Summit. So we've had the press conference from Sir Keir Starmer. We've heard the points that he made. Could you just reiterate the things that he said?
Yeah, hi, Nana. Welcome back to Lancaster House. We can now say where we are because the leaders have been leaving.
£1.8 billion of export finance. That's loans from the Ukraine based on assets, Russian assets, and interest here to buy 5,000 air defence missiles made in Belfast. It's quite a Trumpian way to announce some defence spending to ensure there are jobs in Belfast from this spending on weaponry. And we heard that in Washington DC from the Prime Minister. He wants to see this big push towards increasing our defence budget to 2.5% of GDP. Based on the aid spending. He wants to do that to boost UK industry, and we saw the first example of that with this order for the new 5,000 air defence missiles. He says he's got this new plan for the coalition of the willing. That's a new term for this new European land force. He says it will be backed with British boots on the ground and British planes in the air. That is UK troops deployed to keep the peace in Ukraine after any peace deal, but it must have, he says, strong US backing. He doesn't accept that the US is an unreliable ally. He says that the purpose of this plan is to ensure it does have US backing, and that's why he spoke to Donald Trump last night, Saturday night, and also Friday night, and that's why it's so important. Asked whether he felt we are all edging towards war with Russia as a country, he didn't deny that, but what he said was this: the whole point is to defend the peace. I want to avoid conflict. But that is just reflect on that. Asked if we're going to war with Russia or going on that road, he says the whole point is to defend the peace we have at the moment to avoid conflict. That shows, I think, the scale of the pressure on these world leaders, so used to having a peace to deal with, and yet suddenly worrying about, are we going towards war with another country? And just finally, he says he wants the UK to step up and lead. He says we've done that historically, and that's why we should be willing to do it. He says a number of countries are backing this coalition of the willing. He won't say how many, but they are willing to step up. And I think we should be watching reporting from across the European Union to see which other countries suddenly announce increases in defence spending. I think it'll be more, like several more, in coming days and hours. And on Thursday this week, there's a meeting of the Council of Europe. That's a meeting of the European Union heads of state to discuss this plan further. I wonder whether Sir Keir Starmer might be choosing to go out there. GB News wasn't called for a question in this press conference. That's fine. We were called to other press conferences. But I would have asked, had I been called, Nana, when might British troops be on the ground, and how are we going to pay for this? Because we know that the defence spending is going up to 2.5% of GDP in 2027, but it's 2025 right now. So who's going to pay the bill between now and then?
We don't really have enough people to create a proper army anyway, so who are we going to send? I was going to say that the only fly in the ointment for this was the fact that there was no real mention of Russia, in a way. This whole coalition of the willing and all that kind of thing, there was no real, whilst they wanted to put Ukraine in a strong position, there was no real mention as to how they might negotiate with Russia or bring Vladimir Putin to the table.
Well, currently, frankly, we're negotiating with America. We're not negotiating with Russia, are we? We're negotiating with America to be a backstop militarily to help enforce a peace deal. We haven't even got to talk to Putin yet, or even through a proxy, in this case, Ukraine. We're trying to get Russia. We're trying to get the US on side. Frankly, surprisingly, given the support that America has shown to the continent of Europe since the Second World War. But right now, that can't be guaranteed. So we've got to do a deal as a country here with the other 16 European countries, plus Canada and others. We've got to do a deal with them that's acceptable to Trump. If Trump says yes, it goes to Russia. We're nowhere near Russia yet, Nana. We've got to sort it out with USA first.
Yeah, oh well, thank you very much, Christopher Hope. Really good to talk to you. And that, of course, is Christopher Hope. He's there outside the European Leaders Summit. Joining me, political commentator Lee Harris and also Labour activist Chris Worrell. I'll go to you, Lee Harris. So that's, I pointed out my thing. I thought that, yeah, I get it. I hear that Trump will be kind of the middle person, as it were, to try and get on board with Russia. But again, I still come back to the fact that, again, it sounds like we're just doing the same thing. And Keir Starmer literally said that we're at a crossroads in history, and he said that they don't want to make the same mistake. So he said we have to learn from the mistakes of the past. But aren't we doing exactly what we did before? I don't see any change.
I agree. That is what concerns me, is that all this is just... It's nice to listen to in some respects, but it sounds like we've got plans, we're going to do something different, but really it just sounds like more of the same, or there is a concern to me that it sounds like more of the same. It's yet to be seen. The other thing that worries me about this, and I am going to change the gears on this slightly, just to bring it in, there seems to be a lot of money for war and arms, and yet we cannot spend 1.4 billion to keep poor pensioners warm in the winter. I don't know why that's funny, Chris, because I don't.
I've said this before.
Why are you laughing?
Because it's the winter cruise allowance. Means and testing, elderly people for winter fuel payments is fine. If you're rich and you've got enough money, the whole household support fund was set up to help those that needed it. It was an extra 2 million in Tower Hamlets where I live. The fact that we're talking about Rachel Reeves, who's got securenomics, by the way, that's been fiscal discipline. We've seen the debt-to-GDP ratio come from 95% down to 93% within 1 year. Yes, there's been difficulties with bond markets moving, but ultimately, when it comes down to our security and our sovereignty, we've got to make sure that we're putting money in the right places. And if that means...
But we're spending more on net zero.
If that means...
So if that's so important...
That's energy security. It's all part of it.
That's ridiculous.
Cost of living crisis. Bring the costs down. Yes,
we're spending more on net zero than we are on arms to go to Ukraine. If that was if that was the case, right, and Keir Starmer said, right, we're going to scrap net zero and we're going to spend more on defence and put that into... I'd have a little bit of respect for him. But he's not. He's spending more on net zero. He's taking money away from pensioners. He's got absolutely no... It's absolutely bonkers, this inheritance tax on farmers. And yet we can always find this money to send abroad. And don't get me wrong, it's for a good cause, but what about the British people?
Well, look, the economic policy that's underpinning Rachel Reeves coming from a man called Philippe Aghion. And if you look at what they're talking about, if you take a U-curve of innovation, right, on the one end you've got cutthroat capitalism, and on the other end you've got cuddly capitalism of the EU. If we've got big tech companies, what they end up doing is lobbying to stifle innovation. We are going for a middle, intermediate level of innovation, and that's going to come down from creating a military-industrial complex where we're going to use AI, we're going to improve our defence, because at the minute we're facing a bigger threat.
I'm going to stop you with that gobbledygook that I've just heard. I don't really know what you're talking about.
Philippe Aghion.
Because if you are a pensioner or somebody who's watching and listening to this now, you will be hearing, hang on a minute, my fuel bills are going up, I've got extra tax I have to find, there's a national insurance hike coming through in April, there are businesses shutting down at a rate of knots, and then you hear these words, 2.2 billion, which will be taken from the Russian oligarchs, the money that they've acquired from that, which they could probably put some of that into the people here, 1.8 billion or 1.6 billion to create air defence and also more munitions, 5,000 more missiles and so on and so forth, a coalition of the willing, which I do believe the first job of every government is to protect their people. And then you hear the latest news that 500 more migrants have crossed the Channel and they're going to be housed in hotels.
We'll put money into that
Let me finish. You hear that. I think that whilst this is all important, a lot of the people of this country might be saying, as you pointed out, Lee, that if you can get money like that so quickly, why can't you do it for the people in this country?
They're ideological, Chris. You know it and I know it. There's absolutely no need for them to cut that 1.4 billion winter fuel allowance, and there's absolutely no need. In fact, they've said it's going to cost the Treasury $1 billion to put that inheritance tax in on farmers. Again, counterproductive and completely pointless. And yet Keir Starmer can always find money for other things apart from the British people. Now, I don't disagree that this is a good cause, but like Nana has just said, charity starts at home.
Paying £200 a month to rich pensioners rather than sort of...
It's not just rich pensioners.
No, but if you look at the small boats, let's just take that up. I mean, I think just yesterday or the other day, Yvette Cooper was in France, right? They've put £7 million with the French of just... with the negotiations with the UK, changing their law so they can intercept boats. That's being paid for by the British public, £7 million to stop that happening. And beyond that, they've set up a new special investigations unit in Dunkirk with the French, £1.3 million there, 12 officers. So they're going to be able to stopping these gangs sending the boats over by having moved our immigration policy more in step with the EU. Because the Boris wave has been caused by a botched Brexit deal that removed any deportation agreement. And it's only taken the Labour Party to step in and make that happen.
All right, listen, Chris Worrell, Lee Harris, it's been a pleasure as ever. It's been a very busy show, I've got to say. And Keir Starmer, of course, had that meeting today in London and met with all those EU leaders and those from other countries. He talked about a coalition of the willing. Who will be willing? Will it not end up dissecting and making NATO less relevant? Well, I'll be bringing you lots more reaction to the Prime Minister's announcement over the Ukraine conflict over the next hour. I've got to say a huge thank you to my panel, political commentator Lee Harris. Thank you very much. Also, Labour activist Chris Worrell for joining me. Don't go anywhere. I'll see you in the next hour. But now I'll leave you with some weather. We'll dissect all of that in a matter of moments' time. Stay with me. This is GB News.
A chilly start will give way to a lovely, warm afternoon. Boxed heat pumps, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good afternoon. Welcome to your latest GB News weather from the Met Office. High pressure stays in charge of our weather across the southern half of the UK over the next couple of days, but low pressure never too far away further north, with weather fronts trying to sneak their way south and eastwards as we go over the next couple of days, but generally starting to weaken as they bump into that area of high pressure. That does mean there's going to be quite a lot of cloud around across parts of Northern Ireland, Scotland, into northern parts of England, with this weather front pushing its way south and eastwards, so perhaps some quite heavy rainfall across western parts of Scotland into the early hours of Monday morning. But further south, a bit of a different picture. Plenty of clear spells on offer, so turning quite chilly under those clear skies too, perhaps as low as -4 or -5 in some spots. However, staying generally frost-free across the northern half of the UK. As we go into the start of Monday morning, under those clear spells, particularly across the southern half of the UK, and in particular across the southeast, there could be some mist and fog in places, so that perhaps causing some travel disruption during Monday morning's rush hour. However, a different picture further north. Plenty of cloud around, some outbreaks of rain across Northern Ireland, northern parts of England, in southern parts of Scotland, particularly over any high ground too. Blustery showers then feeding in from the west across parts of Shetland and Orkney, and still remaining really quite cloudy to start the day on Monday for much of Scotland. As we then go through the rest of Monday morning, any of that mist and fog, perhaps a little slow to clear in places, but will eventually burn off as the sun comes up, leaving plenty of sunshine for the southern half of the UK as we go through Monday afternoon. Further north, still remaining rather quite cloudy across northern parts of England over any high ground. Temperatures generally around about where they were on Sunday, highs of 10, 11, perhaps 12 degrees, so really feeling quite pleasant where we see that sunshine in the south. As we then go through Monday evening, that band of cloud across the central swathe of the UK does continue. Outbreaks of rain and hill fog continuing across northern parts of England, but there is going to be plenty of sunshine on offer for the southern half of the UK through Tuesday and Wednesday. Perhaps that sunshine a little hazier by the time we get to Thursday, but temperatures are on the rise as we go to the end of the week.
A nice bright morning will generate a lovely warm day, right through to the evening. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
It's the final week to see how you could be one of 2 big winners in our latest giveaway, as we have 2 prize bundles that have to be won. There's 2 lots of a totally tax-free £10,000 in cash. You'll also receive a brand new iPhone 16, along with £500 in shopping vouchers to spend at your favourite store. Hurry, lines close on the 7th of March. For another chance to win, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB11 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 7th of March. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation, isn't it? Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes & Co weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there short and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date. Or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Mornings don't have to be tiresome, especially if you have the right company.
Wake up to news as it happens, opinion and debate, and of course, a little bit of entertainment too.
Because when the kettle's on, we're on.
That's Breakfast on GB News, a show worth waking up for.
Every morning from 6 a.m.
Only on the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
We'll spread the news, you spread the word.
Edition of Nana Akua. Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer has said that we are at a crossroads in history at a press conference in central London following a summit on Ukraine. He has vowed to keep the aid flowing after welcoming European leaders to London. After a meeting that lasted more than an hour, he announced an extra £1.6 billion of funding for Ukraine. He addressed the nation a short time ago.
Of any government is the security and safety of the British people, to defend the national interest, particularly in these volatile times. That's why last week I announced the biggest sustained increase in defence spending since the Cold War. That's also why I met President Trump last week, to strengthen our relationship with America, an indispensable partners in defence and security. And it's why this weekend I've been hosting European leaders here in London to work together for the security of the United Kingdom, Ukraine and Europe as a whole. Through my discussions over recent days, we've agreed that the UK, France and others will work with Ukraine on a plan to stop the fighting. Then we'll discuss that plan with the United States and take it forward together. The purpose of today's meeting was to unite our partners around this effort, to strengthen Ukraine and to support a just and enduring peace for the good of all of us. Our starting point must be to put Ukraine in the strongest possible position now, so that they can negotiate from a position of strength, and we are doubling down in our support. Yesterday evening, the UK signed a £2.2 billion loan to provide more military aid to Ukraine, backed not by the British taxpayer, but by the profits from frozen Russian assets. And today I'm announcing a new deal, which allows Ukraine to use £1.6 billion of UK export finance to buy more than 5,000 air defence missiles, which will be made in Belfast, creating jobs in our brilliant defence sector. This will be vital for protecting critical infrastructure now and strengthening Ukraine in securing the peace when it comes. Because we have to learn from the mistakes of the past. We cannot accept a weak deal like Minsk, which Russia can breach with ease. Instead, any deal must be backed by strength. Every nation must contribute to that in the best way that it can, bringing different capabilities and support to the table, but all taking responsibility to act, all stepping up their own share of the burden. So we agreed some important steps today. First, we will keep the military aid flowing and keep increasing the economic pressure on Russia to strengthen Ukraine now. Second, we agreed that any lasting peace must ensure Ukraine's sovereignty and security, and Ukraine must be at the table. Third, in the event of a peace deal, we will keep boosting Ukraine's own defensive capabilities to deter any future invasion. Fourth, We will go further to develop a coalition of the willing to defend a deal in Ukraine and to guarantee the peace. Not every nation will feel able to contribute, but that can't mean that we sit back. Instead, those willing will intensify planning now with real urgency. The UK is prepared to back this with boots on the ground and planes in the air. Together with others, Europe must do the heavy lifting. But to support peace in our continent and to succeed, this effort must have strong US backing. We're working with the US on this point after my meeting with President Trump last week. And let me be clear, we agree with the President on the urgent need for a durable peace. Now we need to deliver together. Finally, we agreed that leaders will meet again very soon to keep the pace behind these actions and to keep working towards this shared plan. We are at a crossroads in history today. This is not a moment for more talk. It's time to act, time to step up and lead, and to unite around a new plan for a just and enduring peace.
So that was Keir Starmer earlier today. He had a big press conference after his meeting at a venue outside in London where they spoke about how they would all get together and try and create peace. GBNews political editor Christopher Hope was at that press conference for us. Christopher, what can you tell us?
That's right, listening back again to those words from the Prime Minister, Nana, a crossroads in history, and also fascinating, I think, they talked about strong US backing, but no mention there of military support. Now, I've been in Washington for that 36-hour there and back trip with the Prime Minister. Back then, it was all the talk was a military backstop and how it might be supportive, and US military being used to provide almost like a dome, but not like the physical Iron Dome, but some kind of protection over the continent of Europe. He simply said there, strong US backing, and I wonder whether that is evidence that the UK and maybe the 15 other countries that met behind me in Lancaster House in central London are thinking we can't even guarantee the basics. We can't even guarantee that the US will provide that support, long-range jet support or radar support for a UK or a European peacekeeping force on the ground in Ukraine. And instead, all we're looking for now is strong US backing. And that shows what is changing here. The people behind me, these European leaders, are being told to step up, pay for their own defence, because you can't guarantee on the US to back us anymore. And you mentioned earlier, where was the conversation about Putin in the room? Barely there. It was really all about, will America back this plan? Will they give us backing, whatever that means? And then what will the UK do? We're told by the Prime Minister he's going to deploy British troops on the boots on the ground, language you used there, planes in the air. Who's going to pay for that for the next 2 years? We know the money's the $6 billion they're getting from the aid budget comes in 2027, 2028. Before then, is it more borrowing? Will it be cuts in the summer? Will Brits mind having their services cut to pay for supporting Ukraine? Lots of questions, and there'll be more questions this week, I think, in Parliament. Sir Keir Starmer there is speaking to MPs tomorrow. We'll be speaking elsewhere about this. We expect a European Council meeting on Thursday. That's of all the 27 EU leaders. I wonder whether Sir Keir Starmer may feel he wants to go there. Otherwise, he might see control of this issue and lose the idea of being this gap bridging that gap between the US and Europe. So lots to play for. But I think it was fascinating by the questions, the answers we didn't get from the Prime Minister there. An element of Trumpianness there from the Prime Minister, Nana. He's announced $1.6 billion of export finance to buy 5,000 air defence missiles made in Belfast, making British jobs for British workers. And that is what he's been saying to us out in Washington, D.C. He wants to use the money being spent on the defence budget from the aid budget, spent on UK industry, creating quality UK jobs. You're almost out of the Donald Trump playbook.
It'll be interesting whether those weapons will be used for Ukraine or whether we might actually keep some for ourselves. Our army is quite depleted, so I did find that all of that was great if we can do that, but it felt like a perpetuation of what we are currently doing. So that's the plan, and all of these things, once we've done that, how soon? Was there any indication? Do we have any idea as to how soon the others will get together, this force and, you know, this coalition of the willing?
Yeah, coalition of the willing. Yeah, no, we don't know yet. We're watching all the individual countries, the leaders will go out and speak to their individual broadcasters. So far, Ursula von der Leyen, the European Commission President, she's spoken to journalists, talked about a meeting on Thursday of the European Council of EU leaders to further take forward increased defence spending. Same with the European Council President. He also spoke to us, Costa, but otherwise we're waiting to see what these leaders say to their domestic audiences, because the people paying for this will be the taxpayers in their own countries. Many countries have stretched budgets. Germany is in a bit of a slough of despond in terms of their economy. How can they afford it? Lots of countries will be having difficult conversations with their own electorates about how to fund this. And as you say, with Ukraine, we're giving them the more missiles to protect them. What about our troops? But of course, the question of the war question was one which was raised earlier to Sir Keir Starmer, and he says he wants to preserve the peace. But as Sir Keir Starmer left the conference here, I shouted out some pertinent questions about the timeliness of what he's announced. Prime Minister. Prime Minister, when are boots on the ground? When are British troops going to Ukraine, Prime Minister?
Will you force Ukraine to give up territory, Prime Minister?
When will UK troops go on the ground in Ukraine, Prime Minister? When? Who's paying for it? So there you have it there, not answering the questions we're throwing to him from GB News, but question I'm sure that our viewers and listeners are wondering, when will British troops go into Ukraine? Will that be after the peace deal? What does UK support mean? Is that actually military backing or just a tick box exercise for Donald Trump? What would that mean? And how will this be paid for? As I say, the aid budget is being raided from 2027. Until then, how do we fund this? Is that enough? And does that deadline need to be brought forward? Do we need to pledge to get to 3% of GDP before the end of the decade? As Reform UK are arguing, the current target is in the first 5 years of the next decade, the 2030s.
Well, that's quite some commitment for him to offer that, and as you said, all those questions still stand. No, I was just very briefly want to talk about NATO, because where does that leave NATO if we have a coalition of the willing? Won't it dilute NATO? And then does the aid budget become less for NATO and the coalition? I don't see how this is going to work at all.
The question of NATO is one which hasn't yet really been discussed since last week. Russia says that having NATO troops in Ukraine is unacceptable to them, and don't forget they've got to agree this peace deal. So if they won't allow NATO to be deployed as a peace force in Ukraine, what do? You have a coalition of the willing under a new badge. It can't be the European Union army, as has been mooted in the past by France. That will be unacceptable to UK politicians, given we're outside the European Union. So what could be a European defence force? But as you say, it might stretch money or assets, soldiers and the like shared with NATO. Where does it leave NATO? Or in fact, are we seeing the splintering of NATO? If we can no longer rely on America as a military force to support the UK and European allies, then is NATO's time done? Is it time for a new form of NATO, less reliant on the US? So the one positive thing I think that came out of last week, or one of them in terms of NATO and Trump, was he was asked, does Article 5 still stand? What that means is if a NATO country is attacked, are other NATO countries obliged to go and support that country? He said yes, and that's really important.
Well, Christopher, thank you very much. That is Christopher Hope. He's been there outside where the meeting has been held, the European leaders, the big summit that Keir Starmer has been hosting. Listen, I can bring you the news that His Majesty the King, King Charles III, has met with the Ukrainian President Volodymyr Zelenskyy at Sandringham Estate. Very important visit, of course, that was. We'll try and get some information about that. But we are joined by retired Army officer and a Middle East advisor at the Ministry of Defence, Simon Mayle. Simon, thank you very much for joining us.
Hi, now. Good evening.
Simon, so what do you make of this meeting and the things that came out of it? So keeping the military aid flowing, for example, is that the right move?
Yes, it is. Absolutely right, Nana. We've got a short, medium and long-term problem. The short-term problem is, of course, keeping the Ukrainians in the fight, keeping Russia at bay, keeping pressure on Russia. The medium term, of course, is working out what a peace deal looks like, and then what is required from a coalition of the willing, NATO minus, EU plus, or any number of combinations, and where the Americans stand on that to make sure any peace deal is supported. And then, of course, it's just the linkage, and this is where one's got to be. It's easy to be critical about the Americans, but they are drawn hugely to the issue they have with China. They're looking at Iran, they're looking at Gaza, and they're very keen to draw a line under this conflict in Ukraine. Trump, the great disruptor, as we know, and we shouldn't be surprised, has really set the cat among the pigeons. But as Churchill once said, don't ever let a crisis go to waste. It's been a wake-up call for all of us. The Americans are rich enough to afford guns and butter. The Russians are only rich enough to afford guns. And we've largely gone for a lot of butter in the last few decades, and it's about time we rebalanced. And so I'm really hopeful that Keir Starmer will use the leverage he has with Trump, and he's, I think, got himself in a good position to begin to corral the ponies again behind this, because I think we all want the same thing. It's a question of how we get there and who contributes to it. But as I say, we've had a wake-up call, and I suspect that we're going to have to completely change the economic and social model of Europe that we've existed under for the last 40 years. And not before time, if I may say so.
Well, I'm glad you mentioned that, because a coalition of the willing will mean that NATO could end up being defunct. And, of course, then, if we have a coalition of the willing, it doesn't go against Vladimir Putin's wishes that NATO shouldn't enter Ukraine. So that is a way around it. But I'm not sure he would see it like that.
I'm right, but hence why we need to keep the pressure up on Russia. They're hurting. No, I mean, the casualty figures are shocking. They've got a very weak economy. We've got £300 billion frozen at the moment. There are, as you know, ideas that we might just seize that to fund Ukraine. We can undoubtedly put pressure on them with an arms race. We can keep the price of energy down. America can flood the market, which means Putin's economy is under even more strain. So we've really got to be careful about underselling what pressure we can put on Russia in this. But Trump, the great transactionalist, it was unpleasant watching those scenes with Zelenskyy being either set up for a fall, whether it was whatever, deliberate or one of those awful accidents that shouldn't happen in diplomacy. But undoubtedly, it's given us urgency. But we must move forward together. Starmer was quite right to say we need to keep the Americans on side. They're quite right to say, what are you going to do? I have every faith that the Americans will find a way that does support us. And I think we may have to work out, depending on which way the Russians go when we put pressure, whether it is a NATO, as you say, coalition of the willing. But surprise, surprise, it's all sorts of American assets that are made separable from NATO in this particular circumstance. We've got plenty of experience doing this before. There's always ways we've managed coalitions like this. But we do need the Americans. We must not allow a split in the West between the European element, I know Justin Trudeau was there, and America, but the North American element. It's far too important that we go forward in lockstep. So Starmer, back to Trump tonight. Trump saying, meanwhile, military chiefs, the chief of defence staff, I've no doubt, well, I know, and all his staff will be talking to their French opposite numbers, the Italian opposite numbers, the German opposite numbers. The wires will be buzzing. But we've had crises before. It's just a slightly different mood music, of course, because of the nature of the American dimension at the moment.
Well, look, Simon, briefly, because I've got to go for a break in just a matter of moments. But come on, let's be honest. The EU, one of the reasons why a lot of people wanted to leave is because they are like a monolith. It takes them an hour and an age to do anything. So how soon, with this kind of coalition of the willing or whatever it is they're going to do, aren't they just going to keep talking and talking and talking as they have done and doing absolutely nothing and allowing more and more people to die? Over 1,000 men dying every week from Ukraine and Russia. It's just, I'm just concerned, all this talking, no action, promises, no money. The same with the weapons. They said, we'll give you all this money for weapons. And, of course, that didn't really transpire. He hasn't been given the real weapons that he was promised. And also, he's just been given enough weapons to keep the war going, but not enough for defence. Isn't this just more of the same?
No, you've been reporting on this for 3 years and doing it extremely well. So I sympathise with your cynicism. I know it's not cynicism, but your scepticism. The reality is that is what Trump has done, of course. He's absolutely put the cat among the pigeons. And he has said, we are not going to just keep funding a war that can do nothing except lead to casualties. Get something sorted. Zelenskyy needs something sorted. We don't quite know what his discussions with Putin are, but Europeans step up to the plate. And, you know, as I said, as Churchill said, don't waste a crisis. This, I think, if it moves fast, and it will move fast, we have high readiness troops, but obviously we're not going to commit them before we know what the outline of the deal is. Zelenskyy has to go back and say, accept this. Trump has to say, we'll back it. Putin then has to be put under pressure. But when we do that, NATO or the NATO mechanisms can deliver troops on the ground extremely quickly.
Yeah,
but it's all about the politics, not about the military.
Simon, they might be able to deliver them very quickly, but our own armed forces are heavily depleted. Wasn't this just a bit of posturing from Sir Keir Starmer? Our own armed forces are an absolute mess. Nobody wants to join the army because of the way the veterans are treated when they return, and the money isn't that great either. There's very little patriotism towards this country. Who on earth does Sir Keir Starmer think is realistically wanting to go to fight in Ukraine, and won't that leave us completely wide open for any sort of attack if, say, Vladimir Putin chooses to attack the UK?
Well, Putin is very weak and his army's weak. That's not to say he couldn't build it back. But your point's absolutely right now. It's the point I made at the beginning. This requires us all over Europe to stop filling our fat bellies with butter and begin to reprioritise where we push our priorities for spending the hard taxpayers' money. How can we have 1 million young people not in education, training or employment? How can we have a benefits bill that's 6 times what our defence bill is? How can we have in the migrant housing? There is so much wastage in our rather slack societies, and we've been called out on it. So this is a real wake-up call, but short, medium, long term.
Simon, it's a big wake-up call, but I have to leave it there because we have Trudeau about to speak. That's Simon Mail. Prime Minister of Canada, Justin Trudeau, is speaking in central London. Let's go there live.
Canadian sovereignty, whether that's in public or when he has his meeting with the President.
I look forward to sitting down with His Majesty tomorrow. As always, we will discuss matters of importance to Canada and to Canadians, and I can tell you that nothing seems more important to Canadians right now than standing up for our sovereignty and our independence as a nation.
And Prime Minister, what message did you have for Prime Minister Starmer? Did you ask him to speak up for Canadian sovereignty, and is it acceptable that he's taken a pass on that?
I can actually highlight that Prime Minister Starmer spoke during a PM question period last week, I believe, on how Canada is a strong and valued ally and partner, I know our allies will continue to be there to count on Canada and defend Canada in our strong sense of identity and independence.
Hi, Prime Minister. Tom Perry, CBC. You had some time, we saw today, to talk with President Zelenskyy. I'm wondering what you can tell us about what you discussed, and I'm specifically curious whether you spoke about his encounter with President Trump and Vice President Vance on Friday.
Obviously, I have spent a lot of time with Volodymyr Zelenskyy over the past years. We had a great sit down just last week when I was, a few days ago when I was in Kyiv to talk exactly about how much Canada stands with Ukraine unequivocally and always, and how much we stand and support him personally as a president, as a leader, as someone who has devoted himself to protecting Ukrainians and indeed protecting the principles and rules that underpin all of our democracies. I have continued to emphasize to him that Canada will always stand with Ukraine.
You clearly admire President Zelenskyy, so I'm wondering what you thought when you saw the treatment that he received in the Oval Office on Friday.
I think, first of all, it's important every chance we get to lay out the facts as clearly as possible. In 2014, Russia chose to invade Ukraine, to occupy Crimea and parts of eastern Ukraine. For that, they were kicked out of the G7. And in 2022, they chose to violate the existing ceasefire and invaded Ukraine with the intention of taking Kyiv in 3 days and the entire country in 3 weeks. That has failed. Russia continues to try to fight to claim more land in Ukraine, and we could see an end to this war tomorrow if Russia decided to stop its illegal invasion of Ukraine. On Friday in the Oval Office, President Zelenskyy pointed out in so many words that Vladimir Putin is a liar and a criminal and cannot be trusted to keep his word in any way, shape, or form, because he has demonstrated time and time again that he will break any agreements. I stand with Vladimir Zelenskyy, and I stand with the people of Ukraine. C'est important de se rappeler des faits. La Russie a choisi, il y a 11 ans, en 2014, d'envahir l'Ukraine, d'occuper la Crimée et des sections de l'Est à l'Est de l'Ukraine. Pour ça, ils ont été bannis du G7.
So that is, of course, Justin Trudeau answering questions. I thought it was quite interesting that a lot of people were trying to focus on his encounter with Donald Trump's encounter with Volodymyr Zelenskyy. He tried to get out of it, and then somebody asked a similar question again, and he said that he stands with Ukraine, and he talked about Vladimir Putin, who has proved to be, as Zelenskyy had called him, a liar, and that Russia has chosen to violate ceasefires in 2022, and they continue to fight to acquire more land in Ukraine, and the war could literally stop tomorrow if Vladimir Putin stopped that. He was pointing out that he stands with Ukraine, and that is what he said there. So very strong allegiance to Ukraine. That is Canada. The President of Canada speaking, Justin Trudeau, making it very clear that he supports everything. He supports Volodymyr Zelenskyy, and of course he spoke about Sir Keir Starmer as well. Well, earlier today, Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer addressed the nation after meeting the European leaders at the summit for Ukraine, and this is what he had to say.
We are at a crossroads in history today. This is not a moment for more talk. It's time to act, time to step up and lead, and to unite around a new plan for a just and enduring peace.
Well, it's just gone 27 minutes after 6 o'clock. Shall we head live to Kyiv now and speak to the People's Deputy of Ukraine, Alexei Goncharenko? Alexei, thank you very much for joining me. So, Alexei, how do you feel about what you heard from the meeting this afternoon in the UK? And do you feel supported now?
I want to thank British people and British government for all support we are receiving in other nations whose leaders were today in London, and that was important. But I should be frank with you, I was waiting for some more results. I mean, the great decision from the United Kingdom about more military support to Ukraine, which is a concrete thing, All other is just some new statements. Unfortunately, you can't intercept Russian missile with a statement. You can't destroy Russian tank with a statement. So, like, it's already more than enough statements. We need some decisions and some actions. One of these, for example, could be seizing of frozen Russian assets, and it still is not happening. So I should be frank with you. I am a bit disappointed for the moment, but we will see. Maybe some other decisions we will see in the next days. Some new results.
But what more would you want, though? Because if you're being given weapons, they're not enough or good enough. What specifically do you actually want, then? You want something now? Is it better weapons, more weapons, or what is it that the Ukrainians need?
It's more weapons, like the United Kingdom announced, supporting air defense, which is very important, but no other nation announced anything. I'm waiting for decision on the seizing of Russian frozen assets. It's near 200 billion euros, which absolutely win-win-win situation, because first of all, we are taking this question from the table, so Russians couldn't raise it in future. Secondly, we're able after this to buy more weapons to Ukraine, not on the cost of European, British or American taxpayers, but on the cost of Russia, who started this war. And also by this money, we can buy weapons in the United States, which President Trump will definitely like. So it's all winning, but this decision was not made. And there is comment by Polish Prime Minister Tusk, who said that the views of the leaders on this issue were divided.
But some people might sort of hear that, and that sounds like you want to perpetuate the war. More weapons, more this, more that. I mean, look...
No, I just I just want to react. I just want to react because it's a super important issue, what you told. I want peace, as well as Ukrainian people. The problem is, if we will just right now stop fighting, Russians will just come and kill all of us. That's all. So if we want to have peace, we need Russians to stop fighting. They don't want any peace, that's for sure. The only one country which can leverage them to peace is the United States of America. We also know this. And we see how difficult it's coming. So I don't know how much time will it take till this peace will come. Maybe weeks, maybe months, I just don't know. But all this time we need to fight. In other case, Russia will never go to negotiation table. Never. So weapons is the way to reach peace today, that's all.
All right, listen, Alexei, thank you very much for talking to us. That is the People's Deputy of Ukraine, Alexei Goncharenko. Thank you so much. Well, you're with me. I'm Nana Akua. I'm still here. Absolutely. We're live on TV, online, and on digital radio. We'll be crossing back to Christopher Hope, live in central London, in just a moment.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's at the Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good afternoon, Britain. Weekdays from midday.
I'm here in M. Manzi's, which is now the oldest surviving pie and eel shop in London. It's been open since 1892, and as you said in the intro there, it's really sort of a dying breed. One of the sister sites of this shop, the distant relative, own one of their own other shops in Deptford, and that closed on Saturday for the very last time. They've been open for over 100 years. So you clearly see that there's a declining, not necessarily a declining interest, that's the wrong way of putting it, but it's nowhere near as prevalent as it used to be. This was a staple of the East End, and it's now gone from about 300 shops in the Victorian times to under 40 now, and it's declining further and further. Now, also, a couple of months ago, I was in Basildon talking about a similar story with Richard Holden, trying to create a protected status for pie and mash to prevent sort of copycats from stealing the recipe and making it less authentic. So that is ongoing. There's clearly interest in it. Tourists enjoy coming in here. Hopefully I'll get one of my own pies shortly and have another taste. But it would be a shame to see this go. It's not just about the pie and the taste and the flavour, which is fantastic. It's also about history and community. A lot of people come in here as regulars, so we're just shining a light on a crucial part of London's historic economy. It's a bit of good fun, and it certainly tastes very good as well. Demographics have changed, yeah, and actually a lot of the ownership, the people who would run these shops traditionally over the last few decades are moving out towards the west, they're moving towards Kent, they're moving towards Sussex. So there are demographic changes, and no doubt that is influencing it as well. And as I say, it's important to do stories like this just to remind people of London's history and why it's important to support these local businesses.
GB News, the People's Channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
no,
isn't it?
Because
the failure
you're
is
deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m, only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Welcome back. You're with me, Nana Akua. This is GB News. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio, 35 minutes after 6 o'clock now. Moments ago, Prime Minister Sir Keir Starmer says aid will keep flowing to Ukraine as he addressed the nation following a Ukraine summit with European leaders. Here is what he had to say.
Through my discussions over recent days, we've agreed that the UK, France and others will work with Ukraine on a plan to stop the fighting. Then we'll discuss that plan with the United States and take it forward together. The purpose of today's meeting was to unite our partners around this effort, to strengthen Ukraine and to support a just and enduring peace for the good of all of us. Our starting point must be to put Ukraine in the strongest possible position now, so that they can negotiate from a position of strength. And we are doubling down in our support.
Well, of course, that was Keir Starmer earlier. Well, joining us now, GB News' political editor, Christopher Hope. Christopher, what can you tell us?
Well, that's right. We've seen Sir Keir Starmer leave moments ago. I wasn't called at the PM's press conference. I shouted out the questions I feel GB News viewers may want to hear the answers to. When will British troops be on the ground in Ukraine? Will it be this year? And who's going to pay for it? Because the aid budget isn't being raided for £6 billion until 2027. How can we wait that long, frankly, Nana? Can we wait until 2027, 2 years away? Or do we need to bring forward that spending commitment to now? And if so, do you want to bring forward the 3% target from the 2030s to the end of the 2020s? Because, frankly, the feeling here amongst these leaders, these are individuals who have grown up benefiting on the peace dividend from the end of the Cold War. Well, no longer. It's now on them to spend money to commit to defending the continent of Europe. They can't rely on America anymore. I was really struck by the language there from Sir Keir Starmer. In Washington, D.C. last week, and I was lucky enough to be with him, he talked about this security backstop. That means America providing a backstop for UK troops or if they're deployed overseas. That means air cover, fast jets or radar support. But in the press conference just then, that wasn't mentioned. The PM said he wants strong US backing. And what does that mean? Is that a tick box exercise? In a sense, these countries here, they're not even talking to Vladimir Putin, they're negotiating with their ally, Donald Trump, because they're not sure where Trump stands after throwing Zelenskyy out of his Oval Office on Friday. Zelenskyy, by the way, is now on his way to see the King in Sandringham, and those photographs of that tea time meeting will be all over the front pages tomorrow as a message back to Trump to say you are isolated on the way you've dealt with Zelenskyy. He has got support in Europe, and try and change his mind. But it sounds like Trump wants to have an apology for disrespecting him in the Oval Office. We'll see how that plays out. But looking forward, we'll probably see the Prime Minister almost certainly speak to MPs tomorrow. He'll be under pressure. As I say, those questions will be asked in Parliament, I'm sure. When will troops be deployed? Who's going to pay for it? Other MPs, I think, will be very cross about the axing of the aid budget. Tomorrow is the first opportunity, really, to press the case since Annalise Dodds resigned from the government on Friday. And then later this week, coming up, Thursday, a meeting of the European Council, that's European Union leaders. They'll be pressed to increase their defence budgets. And right now, I'm watching Twitter across the continent of Europe to see which leaders are announcing they're going to increase spending on defence like the UK has. It's all happening here, but right now, no one's talking about Putin, Nana. They're wondering, how can they do a deal here that gets the support of Donald Trump?
Because it's all very well, Zelenskyy going to see the king. There was a lot of complaints from Zelenskyy when Donald Trump went to see Vladimir Putin first, and I'm wondering whether there'll be some sort of repercussions for that. There's also been calls from some MPs to cancel the state visit for Donald Trump. Do you think there's any? Do you think that will gain any traction or any momentum?
I think almost certainly not. There will be calls from. I mean, frankly, there's going to be calls whenever Trump says anything in America. There'll be people in this country saying, "Well, listen to that. How can we have Trump here?" I mean, I think what's going to happen is this government will put its tin hat on and expect to get lots of pushback over the next 18 months before Trump comes here on a state visit. When he comes here, there'll be opportunity to protest against him as there have been when other controversial world leaders have come here. But right now, that will not be withdrawn. If you withdraw an invitation for a state visit, that is offending the entire nation of America. He comes here, Trump, whether you like it or not, as their elected leader. And the respect we owe to America is given to Trump. Whether or not if you don't like Trump, fine. If you like Trump, fine. But he is their elected leader, therefore he deserves the respect of a state visit. He'll be saying a lot more things, not just being very, very impolite and difficult with Zelenskyy on Friday.
Well, let's hope that if any Labour MPs object, that Keir Starmer can keep his front bench quiet. Thank you very much, Christopher Hope. Really good to talk to you. That's GBNews' political editor, Christopher Hope. Right, let's speak to defence analyst and broadcaster Stuart Crawford, who joins us now. Stuart, good to talk to you this evening. Thank you very much for coming on. I want to ask you now, how realistic is a proposition for boots on the ground and planes in the air, which is what Sir Keir Starmer was alluding that the UK may provide for Ukraine?
Well, that's an interesting question. If you're talking about British troops in Ukraine specifically, then I think that's going to be quite a hard act to put together. I would think that it's certainly doable. In terms of army troops, we don't really have very much that we can send to Ukraine, so it would probably be a force, maybe a battalion, maybe 1,000 troops. But we also have the ability to deploy Royal Air Force fighter jets to police the skies, and also the Royal Navy. And people have suggested the Royal Navy could end up in the Black Sea doing its bit to maintain the peace. But first of all, we've got to have peace. And of course, that means that both sides have to stop fighting, or fighting has to stop, however you want to look at it, because you can't keep a peace without fighting stopping.
But is the way to stop the fighting, as Keir Starmer pointed out, that Ukraine needs to be at a position of strength? So he's going to carry on supplying them with weapons, which he said he couldn't do without the US's support. And they're going to put $1.6 billion into creating air defence missiles made in Belfast. Now, I obviously want to see peace, but I'm not sure. Is that the way forward, in your view?
Well, I think the way things are at the moment, with Russian aggression continuing and Ukrainian defending continuing, then we have to be looking at peace through strength. And the way to make sure that Ukraine doesn't lose, and it isn't losing at the moment, is to make sure it has the tools to do the job, probably in larger quantities than perhaps we've been sending them up to now. Russia isn't winning, despite what the Kremlin and Putin and his acolytes are saying, because their aim was to decapitate Ukraine very quickly indeed and sort of take it up back into the Russian Empire. That has not happened. So Russia isn't winning. Both sides are hanging on. And at some point, there's going to have to be a compromise, no doubt about it. The American position is interesting with Donald Trump. You never know whether he says what he means or he means what he says. But one thing's for sure, he has managed to bring matters to a head. And we'll just hope that we can resolve this in a diplomatically appropriate manner and bring this whole war, which has now lasted for 3 years, to a rapid end.
I'm at a loss to see how you could do that by continuing to fire missiles and continuing to bomb people, and there'll be people who become so angry and upset, and there'll be more death and destruction. All of this sounds great, but how long is it going to take for this a coalition of the willing and, of course, some money and arms? And if we're going to create a whole new factory and create these weapons, that's going to take time. That's going to take months, if not years. Everything takes ages. 1.6 billion sounds a lot, but it isn't when it comes to defence. All of this sounds great, but in the real world, back in the real world, Ukrainian and Russian civilians are dying. So, in your view, how long would it take them to create an air defence missiles and put in investment for 1.6 million?
Well, first of all, I agree. The fact that people are dying in large numbers is absolutely appalling. And I would have hoped that by the 21st century, we would have got over this sort of thing, but we haven't. So we have to deal with what we've got. There's no doubt, as you quite rightly said, this sort of uptick in defence spending and manufacturing of weapons, particularly in the UK, can't happen overnight because all the industries that we used to have to do it have gone. And so we have to re-establish them. Most people are saying that it's going to take up to about 5 years to get to a point where we can start doing this properly. And I would think that's not too far off the mark.
Well, you see, 5 years' time, will there be anything left? Can the Ukrainians really hang on, or the Russians carry on fighting for 5 years? I find this interesting. The more I dissect this, the more unrealistic it all seems. But Stuart Crawford, thank you very much. He's a defence analyst and broadcaster. All right. Right, stay with us. This is GB News. Loads more still to come, but if you're in search of some winter sun, here is the forecast of some of the top European holiday destinations.
Can't wait to get in that sea.
Lovely and warm.
Just like the feeling of having great travel insurance.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News travel destinations forecast.
Hello there, welcome to your latest winter sun forecast. Well, if you're heading towards Spain and the Canaries over the coming days, there will be some rain and potentially some strong winds around at times, but conditions will improve here as the week goes on. For parts of central Med, generally a fine start to the week here, maybe a few showers around, and for eastern areas, certainly temperatures are beginning to climb after a cold few days. And further west, actually, sunshine by the middle part of the week for Tenerife.
All Clear Travel Insurance sponsors GB News travel destinations forecast.
Good evening. Welcome to your latest GB News weather from the Met Office. The north-south split that we've seen over the weekend does continue into the new working week, with temperatures around about average for the time of year, but they are on the rise by the time we get to next week. However, high pressure still very much in charge across the southern half of the UK. Weather fronts trying to push in from the northwest, but generally weakening as they bump into that area of high pressure. This weather front perhaps bringing some quite heavy rainfall to western parts of Scotland through Sunday evening, but that rain gradually easing as it slips its way south and eastwards. The further south across the UK is a bit of a different picture. Plenty of clear spells overnight and likely turning really quite chilly here, perhaps as low as -4 or -5 in places, but generally not quite as cold under that cloud further north. Where we do see those clear spells across the southern half of the UK, we are likely to see some mist and fog developing overnight, and that could lead to a bit of disruption during Monday morning's rush hour, so do take care if you are travelling. Across Northern Ireland, northern parts of England, into southern parts of Scotland, quite a cloudy start to the new working week. Some outbreaks of rain and drizzle, perhaps some hill fog in places, and for much of Scotland it will be a really quite cloudy start to the day. Some blustery showers feeding in across parts of Shetland and Orkney through Monday morning. Those blustery showers continue as we head towards Monday afternoon for Shetland and Orkney, and that rain and cloud across the central swathe of the UK does gradually start to ease as we go through the afternoon, but still remaining quite grey here to the end of Monday. But further south, again, the best of the sunshine here, plenty of blue skies on offer, and temperatures similar to what we saw over the weekend. Highs of 10, 11, perhaps 12 degrees as a maximum. As we then start on Tuesday, it'll be another cold, frosty, perhaps misty and foggy start across the southern half of the UK, but always cloudier further north, seeing rain arriving across the very far northwest as we head towards Tuesday afternoon, and really turning quite blustery here as well, perhaps some outbreaks of quite heavy rain across the northwest. But further south, it does look like it's going to stay sunny throughout Tuesday and Wednesday, and those temperatures are on the rise. We could see highs of 15 or 16 by Thursday.
We're proud to be GB News, the People's Channel, and as you know, we always love to hear your views. Now, there's a new way of getting in touch with us at gbnews.com/yoursay. By commenting, you can be part of a live conversation and join our GB News community. You can even talk to me, Bev Turner, or any of the members of the GB News family.
I'm Christopher Hope. From pop stars to politicians, I'll interview anybody in a pub who's got a political opinion. Join me every Friday on Spotify, Apple Podcasts, YouTube or gbnews.com, or wherever you get your podcasts. This is GB News, the People's Channel.
Join me, Nana Akua, for an informative, interactive news programme with a difference. It's fun.
No, he didn't say that, Dave.
I'm so surprised.
I think there's an element of truth to that.
Join me from 3 p.m. every weekend, only on GB News, Britain's news channel. Welcome to GB News. We're live on TV, online and on digital radio. Thinking, what, she's still here? Yes, I'm still here. It's been a big day, of course. Huge meeting with Keir Starmer and the European leaders. They've had a big summit discussing how they can tackle the war in Ukraine. And, of course, now Zelenskyy is meeting with King Charles III. Let's have a quick chat to royal commentator Richard Fitzwilliams. Richard, good to talk to you. So it's been a very busy day. Of course, Zelenskyy finishes it with a meeting with King Charles. What kind of thing do you think they will be talking about, and why is this so important?
Well, it is extremely important. It's a very significant diplomatic moment because the monarchy has a unique cachet. The King acts, of course, on government advice, and this underlines King Charles's support for the London summit. And also, he has, in recent years, made several comments with reference to Ukraine. In fact, he's called Russia's invasion brutal aggression. And we remember back a decade ago when Russia invaded Crimea, he reportedly compared President Putin to Hitler in an informal conversation. So there's absolutely no doubt where the king stands. But what is also significant, of course, is when this has happened, because it was only on Thursday that Keir took to President Trump an invitation, a unique invitation to a state visit, a second state visit, which has not previously happened in our history, and also, of course, the idea that the king would entertain President Trump at Balmoral and discuss this planet, so to speak. Now, that very clearly, I suspect, is somewhat on the back burner, while the issues that have been so significant today are being sorted out, and they're very considerable.
Of course, that was the helicopter, Zelenskyy's helicopter landing at Sandringham. Obviously, that was slightly earlier today. No, Richard, though, the monarchy, a lot of people who say, oh, get rid of the monarchy, get rid of the monarchy. Here they are now doing what they should be doing and kind of brokering peace in a way. Do you think that the king will have strong words about Zelenskyy's meeting with Trump to Zelenskyy?
Well, we very definitely won't be told what has been discussed, if anything, about the what I can only describe as a disgraceful event in the Oval Office. I mean, it's quite extraordinary, not to mention that, in my opinion, somewhat bizarre way that it is now conducted, whereby you have a press conference before you have a meeting and then you subsequently have another press conference, and look what can happen. But what will undoubtedly be discussed is that the King will underline, I'm sure, the support for Ukraine that Britain has, and indeed today has been evidence of it, and also the London summit, will lead to other meetings and also, of course, very substantial increases in defence spending, which is one of the issues which is most important. I mean, that's why President Trump has, so to speak, the whip hand in so many discussions. One of the aspects of this, too, that President Zelenskyy will appreciate is this symbolism of it, because, as you say, the monarchy, well, people, very few people, I think, want it abolished, but the point is that it really is a unique and unprecedented invitation, possibly at short notice. I don't know when this was specifically arranged, but what it will seem, and it will be, we'll note what President Trump thinks. We may even hear, who knows? It's completely unpredictable.
Well, listen, Richard Fitzwilliams, it's fascinating, isn't it? It's been a very busy day. Really good to talk to you. That is Richard Fitzwilliams. He's a royal commentator. Of course, this evening, Zelenskyy is meeting with King Charles III. It's been quite eventful, I must say. Thank you so much for your company. I do look forward to seeing you again. Of course, I'll be back on Friday at 9:30 for Britain's newsroom. There's so much here on GB News. Don't forget, if you want to check out all the things that happen on the channel, download the GB News app. It's completely free, or follow us on our website, gbnews.com. Well, thank you for your company. It's been a pleasure as ever. I shall see you on Friday. That is it for me for now. But don't worry, up next it's Free Speech Nation. I'll leave you with the weather.
Heavy showers first thing will be followed by a warm, cosy day. Boxed Boilers, sponsors of weather on GB News.
Good evening. Welcome to your latest GB News weather from the Met Office. The north-south split that we've seen over the weekend does continue into the new working week, with temperatures around about average for the time of year, but they are on the rise by the time we get to next week. However, high pressure still very much in charge across the southern half of the UK. Weather fronts trying to push in from the northwest, but generally weakening as they bump into that area of high pressure. This weather front perhaps bringing some quite heavy rainfall to western parts of Scotland through Sunday evening, but that rain gradually easing as it slips its way south and eastwards. The further south across the UK is a bit of a different picture. Plenty of clear spells overnight and likely turning really quite chilly here, perhaps as low as -4 or -5 in places, but generally not quite as cold under that cloud further north. Where we do see those clear spells across the southern half of the UK, we are likely to see some mist and fog developing overnight, and that could lead to a bit of disruption during Monday morning's rush hour, so do take care if you are travelling. Across Northern Ireland, northern parts of England into southern parts of Scotland, quite a cloudy start to the new working week. Some outbreaks of rain and drizzle, perhaps some hill fog in places, and for much of Scotland it will be a really quite cloudy start to the day. Some blustery showers feeding in across parts of Shetland and Orkney through Monday morning. Those blustery showers continue as we head towards Monday afternoon for Shetland and Orkney, and that rain and cloud across the central swathe of the UK does gradually start to ease as we go through the afternoon, but still remaining quite grey here to the end of Monday. But further south, again, the best of the sunshine here, plenty of blue skies on offer, and temperatures similar to what we saw over the weekend. Highs of 10, 11, perhaps 12 degrees as a maximum. As we then start on Tuesday, it'll be another cold, frosty, perhaps misty and foggy start across the southern half of the UK, but always cloudier further north, seeing rain arriving across the very far northwest as we head towards Tuesday afternoon, and really turning quite blustery here as well, perhaps some outbreaks of quite heavy rain across the northwest. But further south, it does look like it's going to stay sunny throughout Tuesday and Wednesday, and those temperatures are on the rise. We could see highs of 15 or 16 by Thursday.
A nice bright morning will generate a lovely warm day, right through to the evening. Boxed Solar, sponsors of weather on GB News.
It's the final week to see how you could be one of 2 big winners in our latest giveaway, as we have 2 prize bundles that have to be won. There's 2 lots of a totally tax-free £10,000 in cash. You'll also receive a brand new iPhone 16, along with £500 in shopping vouchers to spend at your favourite store. Hurry, lines close on the 7th of March. For another chance to win, text cash to 63232. One entry costs £2 plus 1 standard network rate message, or text bonus to 63232. 5 entries cost £5 plus 1 standard network rate message. Go to gbnews.com/win. Entries start from just £2. Call 0903 681 3232. Calls cost £2 plus your network access charge, or post your name and number to GB11 PO Box 8690 Derby DE1 9TT. UK only. Entrance must be 18 or over. Lines close at 6 p.m. on the 7th of March. Please check the closing time if listening or watching on demand. Good luck.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
It's Patrick Christie's Tonight, and here we do things differently.
It's explaining the absolute madness of this, doesn't it?
It's explosive.
I mean, this is very good.
It's lively.
850. Your government sat there, Sean, and it did nothing.
It's controversial.
And the Middle East has been in turmoil since before I was born.
It's everything you need to kickstart your evening.
Everyone's had their Weetabix tonight. I love to see it.
That's Patrick Christie's Tonight, weeknights from 9 p.m. Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Good Afternoon Britain isn't just about us. The wonderful thing about this programme is it's about everyone watching. It's an interactive programme.
Well, there absolutely is something to see here, and we're going to be talking about it more. Whether it's breaking royal news, Will, please bring us up to date, or indeed a particularly punchy speech in the House of Commons.
Very, very curious.
We bring it to you live, and then we bring you live reaction as well.
That's Good Afternoon Britain, weekdays from midday.
Only on GB News, the People's Channel, Britain's news channel.
Hi, I'm Michelle Dewberry, and my show is your opportunity to cut through all the noise and dive in headfirst to some robust debates. Ideas clash.
Situation,
No,
Because the failure is...
You're deliberately avoiding my point. Nothing's held back.
And if you think this is the end of it, wait for more.
And we do not shy away from the difficult stuff. Sometimes I want to shake people and say, if only you understood. So join me on Jubes and Kerr weeknights at 6 p.m. only on GB News, Britain's news channel.
Good evening, this is Free Speech Nation with me, Josh Howie. On the show tonight, the fallout continues with the BBC documentary Scandal. The police apologise to a female football fan after interrogating her for her gender-critical views. And is free speech a virus? I'll be joined by a very special guest who is returning to the show. And of course, we have two wonderful comedians answering some crazy culture war questions from a live studio audience. But first, the news with Aaron Armstrong.
Hi there, it is 7 o'clock on the button. Let's get you up to date with the latest headlines. Sir Keir Starmer says the world stands at a crossroads in history and a coalition of European allies will defend any peace deal for Ukraine. He was speaking after hosting a defence summit in central London.